Hello again, Struck. Welcome back to another evening of streaming with me, Struck, here on Twitch and YouTube. I will be streaming some more Torchlight 3, and today I'm starting a little bit later than usual because there were some internet problems in my neighborhood today. So it's all good now. I'm gonna quickly post in Discord that I'm live, and then we can go ahead and do some more Fazeer's dungeon. Alright, let's do it. I'm just wrapping up the posting, and I think I'm ready now. I think I'm ready. Just quickly gonna check if there's anything new in the Discord server. Just a moment. Alright, we are fine. We are fine. Let me quickly change here to multiplayer and go in. The public test server is apparently up for people from the US. There is more information in the official Discord channel on how to get there. What I will do now is what I was doing yesterday. Just let's go here on ridiculous, for example, on the mage. So I think yesterday again I got disconnected or something at a nasty point. And I lost progress again. I did send feedback to the developers. Actually, I sent them quite a lot of feedback for all things Fazeer related, from overpowered map modifiers to how it doesn't feel motivating or rewarding enough, and other things like that, and bugs and glitches. So we are at stage 34. Okay. Megapacks, let's get Megapacks. And Icebreaker, 25% crit chance versus chilled or frozen enemies. Let's do this one. Let's see now. More skeletons. If it's Megapacks, that means it's gonna be a ton of skeletons. I'm wondering if this is the same server as the public one. I'm thinking it isn't. Oh, they're not taking much damage, are they? What's happening? Oh, it's lagging a lot, by the way. That's my quest, just to kill skeletons, meaning I can end up rushing to the boss after I'm done with the last pack here. Just a few more. Two more skelly men. Wow, so many fucking archers. So many archers, wow. get my reward and then move on to the boss. If I can skip ahead, skipping some of the skeletons, it would be great. That was a rubber band. I can't wait to have a test server in the EU, but it's gonna have to wait, I guess. I've not noticed any specific patches yet today, so maybe if there will be a patch, it would be announced later. But I did read some stuff about the test servers, so I'm assuming those are already open. Wow, so many. I'm just skipping them. Let's just push further. I've also checked some of my records of what the new relics would be like, and I can tell you some of the things I remembered from checking those documents again were pretty fun. I've already got a lot of builds in mind for the new relics for all types of classes. And I'm wondering if one can make a build with majorly relic skills and not investing that much into the regular class skills. I think there would be one such build probably somewhere out there, with just maxing out your relic and relying mostly on that one and just filling the blanks with the non-relic skills. That should be possible with the amount of skills they're giving us. It could be possible to do something like that, especially if you're using a basic attack setup. Then it definitely would be pretty fun to do that kind of a build. Physical damage and a socket. And it has been confirmed that the wipe will be with the relic update, as we suspected, as we expected. Maybe would be the better word. Should I test the brilliant here out? I mean, I could try and remove the points in some skill. Like if I remove those 4 points, and then I remove those 4 points, I can test the brilliant hero to see how it works. I'm actually gonna test it now. I will go ahead and test it. Kind of wanted to test this for quite some time, especially after it got fixed to not do that much damage, to actually do its regular damage as it's supposed to. So I wanted to test it, and now is I guess a very good time to do it. Who do we do? Let's go wide world. If it's gauntlet with respawning enemies, would that mean that the ads on wide world would keep respawning? Cause that's gonna be annoying, cause they're gonna be blocking my damage. Okay, we've completed this one. And by the way, I'm gonna be making, as I promised yesterday, I will be making something like a guide or an introduction, something to let people know what the end game is, how you unlock it, how it works, and all of that, to answer all possible questions. I was gonna do it today, but well, yeah, I didn't have internet, so I couldn't go into the game to record footage. So I'm gonna upload this tomorrow on my YouTube channel. Probably I'm gonna call it Introduction to Endgame or something like that. But yeah, I'm not. I haven't forgotten what I promised yesterday before I stopped streaming. So it will be coming. It will be coming. I'm gonna make a new hero, get it to be at the point where it just completed Act 3, and then record some footage of talking to the NPC, getting the lamp, using the lamp, the building and everything. So, alright, we've unlocked a new stage here. Challenge 35 cleared, and now it's oops, all traps, all breakables are trapped. For challenges 36 to 39. Twisted Monk is any news on the public test room? I think Twisted Monk it is already open. As far as I'm seeing on Discord, people are already talking in it. So if you're a member of the official Discord, just a moment, I was just answering. So okay, I'm looking at the where is it? Public test realm. So US only secret alpaca level. I can actually I can actually tell you what to do. If you need news about how to enter the test server, you go to your Steam library. You go to your Steam library, then you click right click on Torchlight 3 and click on properties. Then you click on betas, and then you enter beta access code to unlock private betas. And over there you type the not so secret code, which is secret alpaca level. Basically, I'm gonna share my screen in Discord now, so you can see what I'm talking about. So as you can see here, enter in your betas tab of your game's properties menu. US only at the moment, secret alpaca level. This is how you enter this public test realm. So yeah, that should cover pretty much how to enter this this server, the public test server. And it is definitely a different test server than the one I am in, the private test server, the one I'm playing on right now. What should we do here? Infamous or Gear Lucky? And Gauntlet or Close Up? Lingered Ancestors. Alright, let's do Extreme Close Up. I love that Extreme Close Up. And you're welcome, Twisted Monk. Enjoy that that public test realm. Enjoy experimenting, testing, and everything else that comes with that server. I just stepped on a snake and it exploded. I mean, not exploded, but it got squished into a pile of blood. That's the first time I've noticed they've added something like it. Oh yeah, now we're testing Radiant Blast. Shit, he evaded, really? Or was that me evading? One 1100101 OR. Okay, that was an interesting name. Now, if anyone speaks binary, tell me what the name means. Radiant Blast actually doesn't seem to do that much damage. Maybe I didn't buff it up properly. Am I still wearing the good stuff that increases the damage of Radiant Blast? And why are the enemies dying so slow? But I mean, the enemies have 210% extra HP. But is this really what it's gonna be? Just more HP and more damage the further you go up? Because that's super boring. That makes them bullet sponges in the end. Because there's only so much damage you can squeeze out of a build.
Life is slipping away.
Okay. And Carlos Ayuso Sanchez is saying, do you like Diablo 3 Endgame? Not really. Not really. Not a fan of Diablo 3's Endgame. It's too much of a no life competition. It has no limits, and I like my endgame to have a limit of the difficulty. I don't like how the Paragon system is in Diablo, and as a result of that Paragon system, the endgame becomes kind of a no life competition. I mean, the endgame itself is fun. As a system, the Diablo 3 endgame is fine. You've got bounties, you've got rifts, you've got greater rifts, that's fine, okay, not bad. But I don't like how there's unlimited paragons, which in the end mutates the endgame into, again, something that just doesn't seem that fun. And also I don't like how the Diablo 3 endgame doesn't have a limit, a final level that you can reach and just keep doing. So yeah, sorry, pardon me, I need some water. I'm gonna mute myself. Alright, I drank some water, and Niebezpieczny Ukrainec, I'm not sure what this means, but interesting name. I'm assuming it's something about Ukraine. He's saying game of childhood, and Pavel G is saying this game is better and better from patch to patch. And thank you for the follow to the person that followed me, the Niebezpieczny Ukrainec. Interesting octopus monster. Rikito is saying hello. Wosen update release. I don't know, Ritkito, about the update. I mean, I know just as much as everyone else knows when it comes to Wosen. I don't have any inside info about Wosen. Oh, inside info, one of my favorite drum and bass producers. Just saying this now, I kind of remembered about him. But yeah, I don't have inside info on Wosen. I only have some inside info on this game. Can't wait for Wosen's new update to test it, and hopefully don't get disappointed, because that's been my experience with Wosen lately. Mostly disappointment after disappointment with the last 15 updates or 14 updates. And my server is not the same as Secret Alpaca level. It's different. It is a different server, Get Rexed. So yeah. I'm not playing on the public. I'm still playing on the private test server. I mean, I could create some heroes on the public test server. I don't really mind. But yeah. And Niebezpieczny is from Poland. Alright, nice to have you, Niebezpieczny. Oh, Metamorphosis. Yeah, Inside Info's got a lot of good stuff, not just Metamorphosis. He's got so much good stuff. I mean, when he was here like 3 years ago or so, or was it 4 years ago? I can't remember. When there was a critical night in my city, I was there and I really enjoyed that critical night here. Right now, since I'm not working, I can't afford to do as much raving as I used to do now. And also with my streaming, I don't think I would have much free time to do it. But I used to go every Friday and Saturday. I used to go to some D&D parties or to some hardcore parties or to some metal hardcore parties. But yeah, since I quit my job, I've not been able to do as much raving as before. But man, inside info, hearing him live, his mixing skills, the way he masters the he masters his mixing, it's just amazing. I mean, I don't have the right words to explain it, but yeah, he's not just an amazing producer, but an amazing DJ as well. And Niebezpieczny is saying, I play on Torchlight 2 and I do Robot Secret. What do you mean by Robot Secret in Torchlight 2? And it's Yashu said, oops, I unfollowed by mistake. Well, thank you for the refollow, Yashu. And welcome back. And T says, luckily we got some good walked-in mixes coming out at the moment. Walked-in mixes from who? What do you mean walked in? Is that a new label that I don't know? I've not been following the scene, the DMB scene, as much as I used to before, because I've been mostly consumed in my streaming and content creation. So every now and then I would start up my SoundCloud, listen to some music when cooking or something. But yeah. Basically live sets over the this one, the live sets over I've listened to Limewax on Prospect. Prospect, by the way, is one of my favorite hardcore DMB labels. Not my favorite, because I can't just say this one's my favorite. There's just so many good ones. But Prospect, there's been some nice mixes on the YouTube channel of Prospect. And recently I listened to Limewax's Vive mix. That was kind of like a walked-in mix, if that's what you call them. The Vive set from home or whatever it's called. He did a very nice one, very nice one. But yeah, I've been seeing a lot of those mixes on YouTube, on my personal YouTube channel, my personal YouTube account, let's say, not channel. In my recommended stuff. AMC dropped a huge 6-deck set on UKF. Oh, that's pretty nice. 6 deck set. I gotta look this up later. But yeah, Prospect is a label from the Netherlands. It's like you can look this one up and you're gonna see what I'm talking about. It's more on the harder side, the hardcore side of things. Crossbreed and hardcore, but I think it's mostly hardcore-ish. But I mean, nowadays even the hardcore is getting more leaning towards crossbreed than the old school hardcore and stuff. And I like it. I like how it's evolving, how they're like exploring new grounds. There's been a lot of producers in Prospect that have been doing very experimental albums recently. The amount of tracks AMC drops an hour is godly. Yeah, there's some nice stuff. Long ago I used to listen to, like, I think few years ago I ended up finding a mix by Diesel Boy. I think that was so many tracks per hour. It was just, it's still on SoundCloud somewhere, but it was so many tracks squeezed into such a little time. I was like, wow, mind blown. Is Catharsis? I mean, I can't say one producer is just from one label. Many producers do albums from more than just a single label. Maybe Catharsis has done albums from Prospect, but he's done albums for other labels as well. And that's another producer I've heard play live, and yeah, it was so nice. Catharsis live. He was killing it. But it's nice to actually talk some music stuff to one of my viewers. I didn't know there were many of my viewers who listen to the same stuff I do. See, if there was like a playlist of DMB and hardcore and stuff like that I could play while playing in the background, not that loud. But that's the music you want to be playing loud, which is the weird part. I mean, if I'm playing that music, I want it to be loud, and if I'm streaming, I don't want my music in the background to be loud, because it's gonna be just deafening the game. It's just a different experience. But if I had a copyrights-free mix, copyrights-free playlist that I could play, I could boot it up sometimes, but it's difficult now. A lot of streams have been getting strikes for DMCA, so yeah, I'm for now keeping my stream musicless, only the in-game music. The weirdest thing was, I was actually, when I was playing and streaming Grim Dawn, I was getting copyright strikes for the in-game music, which was the weirdest thing ever. Some of the sound effects and music in Grim Dawn was giving me copyright strikes, in particular in the desert, parts of the desert campaign. And that was the weirdest thing, and probably one of the main reasons I stopped streaming Grim Dawn. Because it was annoying getting copyright without using any external music, just the in-game one. I can tell you some of the producers from my country. I can write down some of the producers from my country that you might wanna look into. Aggressive mixing is probably what the crowd in my country likes. So the producers know that, the DJs know that. In fact, I think most producers here are also DJs. I know just a few that are DJs, not producers, and even less I think that are producers and not DJs. But yeah, in my country, the crowds really love aggressive stuff and aggressive mixing. So I can give you some names in a moment after I finish killing those here. Make sure I'm safe.
Your pet is
I can give you label names. So you can look into this label name, which is the oldest, I think, label name. Then you can look at the two big names. I'm gonna use commas. So that's the label. The first thing is the label. The second is a producer name. The third is a producer name. Those are the big names in my country in the music. They're like they've established themselves. They've made albums for foreign labels. They've got their own labels, and they've been in the scene for like 20 years already. This label, I think, has also been like for over 20 years. So yeah, that's like the pillars of the scene in my country. So the first thing is the label, that thing with the 4 letters, the abbreviation. Is the brilliant herald equipped? It is. Okay. I've been testing today the brilliant herald, and I replaced my light spear with radiant blast. I've been rearranging today since I didn't have much internet. I've been rearranging my room. I kind of moved where my desk is located, so I'm preparing to use green screen behind me. So I made sure that instead of my PC facing a window, my PC is now facing a wall. And now on the wall behind me, I can buy like a green screen and just attach it to the wall and put it there. Yeah, I'm preparing myself for a setup where I would be using a camera for my streams, not for the videos, because on YouTube, a video on YouTube does not really need to include the person's face, I guess. But for my streams, I'm considering now getting a proper microphone, proper camera, and lighting as well. And Marwan Brown says, this game worth buying. Do you like Divinity Original Sin 2? Oh, Divinity Original Sin 2, I love it. It's one of my favorite types of games of the... Should I call it D&D? I mean, it's not truly D&D, but it is D&D in a way. But yeah, of the Variant games, the Variant Studios games I've played recently, it's one of my favorite. I can't wait for Baldur's Gate 3 as well. But Divinity Original Sin 2, I've got the latest edition with all the DLCs, and I was planning on streaming it before this game came out. So this game, in my opinion, is worth buying, even if you don't play it now, even if you play it when it launches. It is worth buying, but again, opinions differ from one person to the other. I might like it, you may not like it, because you may want to have like something more like Diablo 2 or more like Diablo 3 or more like Path of Exile. So it depends what type of games you want to play. I mean, this checks all the tick boxes. The only tick boxes this game doesn't check yet is more endgame. Because you only have this one type of endgame, and you have Mapworks, which is this type of endgame minus the more complicated mechanics. So let's say you have an endgame and a half. One endgame mode and then half of an endgame mode, which is this one with kind of a stripped down thing. So as long as they consider more things that we can do after completing the story, all the tick boxes would be here. Build variety, check. Fun to play, interesting classes, check. story that you can complete, check. I mean, it probably gets boring once you've completed the story as many times as I have over the years, or let's say over the year, because I've been playing for 14 months or so, maybe 15 months. But yeah, it's got a story, it's got interesting art style, it's got wood chase, it's got enchanting system which needs some more work in my opinion. It's got the endgame mode to keep you busy. It's got enough build variety, and now with the rework of the relics, the way they're reworking the relics, believe me, there is a lot that's changing, and there's gonna be a lot more build variety with the reworked relic system. Speaking of Baldur's, excited for a new Dark Alliance. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not very much into war and background of games. And last time I've played Baldur's Gate 2, I probably was such a young teenager. I didn't even understand those games back then. I was mostly watching the older guys in PC clubs, PC cafes, net cafes, playing games like that. Because I was pretty young. I mean, I'm born in 1989, so you can kind of figure out how old I was when Baldur's Gate 2 came out. I've not revisited Baldur's Gate 2, but I'm excited for 3, and the dev streams I've watched do seem very promising. I'm only hoping that my PC can run it without having to sacrifice too much. But I really hope my PC can run it. My weak link right now is my video card. That's my weak link. Eventually, if my YouTube channel after I reach partner starts earning me money, I can put some on the side for upgrades. But yeah, for now I cannot upgrade this, but I'm planning it. It's something I know needs to be done to play some of the newer games. But even if I have to play it on the lowest possible settings without lagging to be able to stream it, it's still gonna be a fun experience, Baldur's Gate 3. And I'm definitely gonna stream it. It's a game I would be streaming. It's not the typical hack and slash looter. It's very strategical, very tactical, and not that easy of a game to play, apparently. But it is something I wanna play and stream. My GPU is 1066 gigabyte, Nvidia 1066 gigabytes. So it's like 4.5 years old or something. I think I bought it in January. I bought my PC January 2016. So yeah, 4.5 years ago. Okay, I'll be fine then. If you're saying I'll be fine, that's good. My CPU is good. My CPU is Ryzen 3700. So I did get a CPU upgrade last year around autumn for Borderlands 3, and I was really happy with that. And I decided to prioritize a new CPU because, well, my exporting, my editing my content for YouTube was taking so long. It was bottlenecking on the CPU when I was exporting media. And I decided, okay, let's invest into a CPU now and eventually later get a better VGA. Marwan says, do I need a CPU upgrade? I got Ryzen 5 1500 4-core 8 threads. Well, that depends, Marwan. What would you need the upgrade for? What game? Do you stream? Do you edit footage? Do you just play games on that PC? I was using an old Intel i5 before I upgraded. It was a good Intel i5, I think 9600 or something like that. Or was it 7600? Maybe it could have been 7600. It was a decent one. It was a decent one. It was okay for an i5, but it really wasn't enough to stream and play the games I need to stream and play when I want to stream and play. Just for future games, and yeah. Your GPU is 1660. 1660 Super GPU is pretty decent. You don't need RTX. You don't need ray tracing. I assume you don't care about ray tracing. So 1660 is a decent mid-range CPU of that generation. Whether you need CPU upgrade depends. Whether you need a CPU upgrade does depend. I mean, games like Cyberpunk probably would be very demanding. Cyberpunk 2077. This would be a game that would squeeze every little bit of every little bit of power your computer can afford, I guess. They're gonna be using this game for benchmarking, believe me. I can call it from now on. They're gonna be using this game when making benchmarks to see how much FPS one can get when playing that game. Thankfully, the game got delayed a couple of times. That means they're trying to make sure it's better, it's ready, it's optimized, it's in a good shape. Do you want me to change heroes, by the way? Let's change heroes. But yeah, Cyberpunk 2077 would require some solid PC upgrades for the majority of the people out there. I mean, just like The Witcher was used a lot when benchmarking stuff, Cyberpunk would be the thing people would be using for benchmarking for quite some time. But CD Projekt Red have put so much effort into Cyberpunk. You gotta admit, it's nice to see that game getting closer and closer to launch. Hopefully, it's in a very, very nice state when it launches. Anything I can sell over here? What did I need on this hero? I think I'm fine. Let's just go into the end game.
I've got lots of buddies who'd like to meet you.
See, this sounds like Jim Carrey, Ace Ventura. The voice really sounds like Jim Carrey's voice.
Then.
Especially the alrighty then. Really like Ace Ventura.
We'll be here. Hi there. Fancy a pet? See you next time.
No, that's a different person. Why does this guy have two different voices attached to it?
Ready for a forever friend? Alrighty then. I've got lots of buddies who'd like to meet you. We'll be here.
It definitely sounds like two different people voicing over this guy. Cyberpunk will be on base consoles though, even PS4 base consoles, so I'm sure it's not gonna be that demanding. Maybe on ultra settings it will be. Yeah, of course, there's always the ultra settings. I mean, they've tried to optimize it. They've definitely tried to optimize it well if it's gonna be on the other consoles, on the base console versions. And that's good, that's good news.
Back already?
He did have two voices, yeah. So it's not just me thinking that the voices were different people. It could be a bug. Maybe they've used some of the old voice lines and then they've added the new voice lines to this guy, then forgot to probably remove the old ones. I never noticed that it's two different voice lines, because I never managed to run that many voice lines in a row and paid attention. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Wilbur is the old voice lines, and the new ones, the ones that sound like Jim Carrey, Ace Ventura character, have probably been added recently, and yeah. Yeah, I constantly set feedback. Today I sent a lot of feedback. I'm not sure whether you can see all the feedback, but I sent. But let me try and open and show you what I sent them today as feedback. Fazeer, open. Can I share my screen, my notepad? At a window capture, NP. This is the feedback I sent them today. So this is basically a lot of stuff that I sent today. And I could have sent much more, but I wanted to keep it short, if one can even call this short. But yeah, this is the feedback I sent them today after playing some Fazeer's dungeon runs and stuff on all 4 heroes. So there's a lot of stuff. Okay. So fighting on. But at certain point this endgame becomes super boring. Honestly, at certain point the enemies become so bullet spongy. And it's just not fun. It's not fun when you're fighting enemies with shit tons of extra HP added to them, but your damage doesn't grow. I think that's a big mistake to make it... See, in games like Wosen or like Diablo, your damage, your DPS can grow. Because items don't have limits. I don't like this. I definitely don't like this type of thing where you have constant power creep. But in games like this one, you really shouldn't increase the HP of the enemies. Because your damage in the end ends up becoming not enough, and it just becomes a stale drag. A stale drag. I actually didn't include this in my feedback because I didn't think about it. I should have written about this too. I'm gonna send this as additional feedback on note, I guess. There is a note for the end game as well. I'm gonna say that, yeah, this whole increase to HP of the enemies ends up becoming bullet sponges in the end. And probably should either be toned down a little, or... I mean, maybe I should just wait. For the new relics to get released, so we can get some more damage and survivability from those relics, from the relic rework. And maybe I should write that feedback afterwards, after I see how much more damage one can squeeze. But it definitely doesn't feel right at the moment. I mean, earlier you saw on my mage I was fighting enemies like 220% more HP or so. It's jumping too quickly. The HP is jumping too quickly. Imagine reaching level 251. Have Extra even tried playing on level 251? Even with a meta build with shitloads of damage, with millions of damage, it would take forever to kill certain enemies. Just the little mobs would take forever to kill, let alone the bosses. And yeah, if someone has already reached on this server I'm playing on, some of the other streamers who have access to it, if they've reached something like level 100 or 150 or 200, they probably would have noticed how boring it becomes when it's just bullet sponges everywhere. But we gotta be honest. When we're giving feedback, we shouldn't pull our punches. If something feels wrong, we should tell them it feels wrong, not just hope that it gets fixed by itself without them knowing it feels wrong. But yeah, I'm so excited about the new relics, believe me. I spent a lot of time today rereading all the information I've got about the relics. About every single relic skill, passive and active, and there's a lot of things there that make me wanna make builds centered around those mechanics and around those things that we can get with the new relics. So hopefully in 2 or 3 weeks, whenever relics are ready and released, everyone can see this this nice synergy that I'm thinking about. Alright, I'm gonna do a few more levels on this one and then change to another one.
Your pet is back.
Attack speed for basic attacks I really do like as a modifier. I'm gonna be keeping this just in case. Alright, let's do the next one.
See ya.
Oh, it's a boss fight.
What will it be?
It's definitely gonna be Kronk. Kronk doesn't have invulnerability phases like Squeakbeak or Squawk Quo, actually, not Squeakbeak, Squawk Quo. And right on time, just when my relic refreshed. Okay. Now we've unlocked the, what was it, Stormbringer? Oh, the Netherwell.
You've got this, right?
Let's do this one. The spiky one. Wait, am I playing on ridiculous with this hero? I need to check. I might have forgotten to change the difficulty. But I do think yesterday I changed it. Let's see. Ridiculous? Yeah, it is ridiculous. And this is a perfect example of a bullet sponge enemy, the golem, the crystal golem. It takes forever to kill those. Even with OP meta builds, it does take a while. I really need a chance to shock right now on this guy though. You can see I'm not shocking, which means I'm not proccing some of the other stuff that I need to be proccing. If I had chance to shock, he would have died probably twice as quick from all the shock procs. See all the whitings right now. We will still have some sort of whitening strikes and stuff that we can proc on the electrode, but not as many as right now, I think. But the electrode would be amazing for attack speed builds. For this build, like this build that I'm playing right now, would become so much better for attack speed and proccing stuff. And I would still probably redo a 2.0 version with the exact same relic of this basic attack plus train build. And with the new skill bar slots, train builds would benefit the most from new skill bar slots. Because you're getting asked to put the train car, the basic train car on a skill bar itself. And then you have to have your other train cars in a skill bar. So having some extra actives and buffs from the electrode would be pretty nice to use along with the passives with this build. I really hope there's at least 20 new skill points we can spend on the relic. At least 20 new skill points we can spend on our skills and build. Because I've got some very crazy ideas about an electrode build right now. Oh, gauntlets with cooldown. Well, that's a super strong pistol. Like, not only is it one-handed, but it's also damage near your train, which seems to be broken. At least last I checked it the other day it was. But it's 5700 damage without the two enchantments. So this one-handed pistol would give me more damage than my current two-handed stuff if I enchant it with damage. Especially if I get it ice damage and then get pants with percent to ice damage. Because this percent to fire right now is not doing anything for me. Just not worth it. So yeah, this pistol is probably gonna be my new weapon, and I'm gonna equip an offhand with chance to shock and something like that. I'm gonna be losing basic attack, and the problem is the pistol is ranged, so I wanna avoid using pistols and rifles. I really wanna avoid using them, but this pistol can be used on my forged maybe. My forge could benefit a lot from it, I guess. see this. Wait, is this a Reliquarian map? No, it's not. It's not a Reliquarian map, yet I have such a nice cooldown on that. It's interesting. Alright, let's keep moving. Look at the delay. That's only because the server is US. The only reason why I've got such huge delay is that it's a US server, and that's adding on top of the other rubber banding problems and things like that. Which hopefully this week, maybe today, there might be a patch later that that hopefully addresses some of the rubber banding causes of rubber banding. Wow, look at all the nether wells. And why is the train stuck there? Do this. I'm gonna be saving my relic activation for the boss fight, but I wanna kill those elites here too. Come on. What's happening? I'm not seeing damage numbers. This means, yeah, it's just whack. It's just whack when I'm not seeing the damage numbers. No other reason. Look at this guy walking into the the end of the map. Right, my pet's full apparently. My inventory is apparently full without me even realizing that. Maybe my game doesn't know. Okay, my game does know already. It spawned some more enemies next to me.
Your strength is returning.
Alright, let's go for the boss fight now. I'm not gonna kill anything else on the way. Ah, why am I stuck there? And here we are. I'm gonna do this, this, and this, and boom. I already sent feedback how the bosses in the maps feel more underwhelming than the enemies on the way to the bosses. How they end up dying pretty quickly, whereas the other enemies that you meet on the way kind of die pretty slow. It feels a little bit weird when that's the case. Let's see what we've voted. I got a lot of blue gear through this round, and after this I'm changing to another hero. I'm gonna be switching a lot between heroes just to keep things interesting. So let's see all the blue stuff. Bolts fired. That's actually something I'm gonna keep. No. No. Gonna say no to this as well, and no to this and to this. And Yoz is back, Sean Brady is back. Sean Brady says, nice work on your videos at work, but watch B later. Thanks Sean, glad you like it. Yozi says, hey, will they wipe everything with the next patch? If the next patch is the relic patch, then yes. If the next patch will not be the relic patch, then no. So the wipe is confirmed to be coming with the relic update. So whether the next patch would be the relic update is the question here, I guess. The thing that matters. So yeah, we gotta figure out whether that's gonna be the case. Evasion HP crit damage or HP defense crit damage? How is my evasion? Quick check. Evasion 38%, meaning I don't need... Oh, actually I would need that evasion one. But I've got crit damage and now I'm 212. So I did add a little bit of extra damage here, not bad. Let me quickly check if I've got something with ice damage somewhere. Bonus ice damage. And if I take this pistol, let's say I take this pistol. Let's say I add more ice damage to it. Come on, don't be like this. Come on game, don't be like this. There are 6 things you can get. 2 of those 6 things are damage. RNG is trolling me so badly today. This is what it feels for the game to throw you. Alright, let's just put this here and let's just put this here so I don't remember. Alright, this one's getting rid, and let's change characters now. As I said, we're moving on to something else. Let's do Forged first. The spinny boy. I'm gonna drink some water, so I'm gonna mute myself.
Hot on the trail of Varys and the Void Heart, our heroes.
Okay.
You can't cast that spell here.
Back to the end game. Just quickly checking if there's stuff to sell, and there is quite a lot actually.
Hi there. Fancy a pet?
Pet attack speed
See
and
you
pet
next
crit
time.
damage. I mean, until they fix this enchanting, this would be the better one, but this is getting wiped
Ready for a
anyways.
forever
So
friend?
yeah.
Hmm.
Poisoned and electric damage. If only I
Alrighty
was
then.
using either of those. I'm using only electric. I mean, for now, probably this one is the better option. Because more damage. And by the way, each relic, this is a little teaser, each relic would allow you to get passive bonuses for a certain elemental type of damage. Not sure how that would work, but I'm assuming this would work like this. Like percent bonus electric, percent bonus poison. I'm assuming it's gonna work in the same way. Like this works. So that's a little teaser there. A little teaser, not revealing too much. So you're gonna be able to spec into something like this if you want to heavily stack percentages. Let's say you have a very nice two-hander that gives you electric damage, and then it has a built-in another electric damage, and then you have two sockets where you have socketed more electric damage, and then you have chest and leg armor with electric damage percent, and maybe something with more flat. Then you might wanna get an electrode and put some points into passive electric damage bonus. So something like that would be pretty fun to try. I'm definitely gonna try it when I have the items and when they rework the relics. Just leaning heavily into that one elemental type that matches my relic. But yeah, Yosi, you shouldn't farm if you don't want to lose progress. You can just wait, or you can just go and play on the test realm. I mean, farming still lets you experiment things, but you're gonna still have to redo certain things again. Right now I'm farming just to get new items I've never tested to make builds around. And yeah, other than just testing new builds and new things, I'm also experimenting a lot. So I'm still farming even though I know there's gonna be a wipe eventually when they release the relic upgrade, the relic update. The relic rework update, maybe we could call it. In any case, there will be at least one wipe before the big wipe at the end of early access. So at least two confirmed wipes. I still enjoy it. I know my progress is gonna get wiped at the end of early access, so I always didn't mind losing some progress and having to start over, especially now with the public test realms. Once they add one for EU and other regions, it would be great, because in those test realms, as I said, you can just skip to level 44 without completing the story. So all we need to wait is for them to make more test realms, because right now it's only for the US, so kind of exclusive to the US for now. And one of my viewers mentioned they couldn't get into it with VPN in the current new public test realm. And the public test realm is open. If you want to play on the public test realm right now, test some Endgame and other stuff, you can go ahead and do it. You need to go to your Steam betas and type secret alpaca level. One word, all small letters. If you want more info, I can give you after this map on how to do it. But basically, you go to your Steam library, you click, you right click on Torchlight 3, you scroll, not scroll, but click on the betas tab, and then under the betas tab there is a place where you type that secret key. And this is where you type secret alpaca level. But that's only for US people, for now. But I think you would be able to have access to the endgame with it. Okay. What's my quest? Oh, I'm actually done with the quest. I can just rush to the boss fight maybe. What? Gravity wells. Vento hit to deal weapon damage when you start and stop moving. But I seem to get this even when I'm not above 75 hits, so that's interesting. Very, very interesting. And the boss just despawned. See, this bug. You see the boss, you go in and the boss despawns and never respawns again. And now I lost my progress. I lost my progress due to this annoying bug. It's annoying. You spend some time trying to clear stages and then this happens and then it's over. Alright, and now I wanna just switch to a different hero now. So hopefully this is fixed by the time the endgame is released to the masses on the live server. Because if those bugs are not fixed, people are just gonna start leaving a lot of negative feedback about the endgame.
You look pale. Can I offer you a drink? Oh,
Okay, let's try again. Let's try again over here.
Couldn't get enough of old Fazeer, eh? Well,
No, I've not reached too far with it. Oh yeah, this one was the one that I just can never get past this one. I keep either getting disconnected or a bug or whatever else, and I just can't get past the stupid double HP stages. Just the most unlucky hero of them all when it comes to pushing further the stages. But again, I right now think it's very flawed. This endgame mode with increasing the HP of the enemies is flawed. Increasing the HP of the enemies only makes sense in systems like Diablo or like Hero Siege and stuff like that, where you have a power creep, and you have a way of catching up with items. or with paragons and things like that. And I really don't like systems like those where power creep is needed to be able to catch up to the hardest endgame. So they really need to reconsider this increase in HP. I mean, increasing the damage, that's fine. It ends up becoming one-shot fest. So not really my favorite part of gameplay either. But with enough damage reduction, hopefully you don't get one-shot. And there will be enough damage reduction. Everyone would be able to max out their damage reduction with the relic rework. With the right relic equipped and with the skittering shoulders, you can still get 90% damage reduction then. This extreme close-up is kind of disorienting at times. And boom. Let's do this swope here, summon here, and more damage. Okay, next. I'm gonna keep moving. Group them up for AoE and use my relic and clear them out. A lot of whitening, say. Alright, quest finished, we can go. Before my relic's ready, I'm gonna keep killing some stuff. We've got like a minute and a half maybe. Okay, wood. Look at that, health on killing a Netherim, that's a lot. That's a lot of stacking. It's not like I'm gonna use it, but it's still nice to see it dropping like that. Alright, let's move 20 seconds until we're ready. And D8arxon says, little question, I need this armory for the house quest. Do you know from where I get this? What do you mean you need an armory? What does your quest say? An armory. Could you tell me what the quest says? Because I really don't remember exactly what the quest is. If I know what it's worded like, I could probably tell you where you might need to go. Like armory, I mean, what exactly does the quest say? If you tell me exactly what it says, when you press M and look at the quest here, what does it say? And that could help me. Even if there's previous steps as well, that could help me too. By the way, is there any news on Discord about an update, a patch today? The preview of the endgame experience is now and available on the public test realm. Read the following link for more details and how to gain access. Okay, if anyone wants to read that, here's the link. Here is the link. So that's only for US people though. This access, as I said, only for US people. For now. I mean, eventually others would be able to experience that end game, but before the others can experience the end game through the public test realm, they're probably gonna just add it to the regular Vive server. That's probably gonna be happening quicker than a European public test realm. Right, let's push a little bit further with this. Let's try and finally complete stage 15 on that one.
Your pet has returned.
Let's do this. It seems like a fun one. The other one where the monsters don't spawn wood seems super bad. I mean, yeah, you get 100% gear work on the boss, but you can get 100% gear work from items as well. So it just doesn't feel right. Gauntlet, making it so that the enemies don't drop wood, doesn't seem right. But I think they made it just so they can rebalance it, so that the respawning enemies can be farmed endlessly. They should have made it so that when you're running Gauntlet, the boss has extra 100% gear work on top of the 100% cap. Then it would have been okay and fun. Unless that is how it's worded, how it's working, but it's not worded that way. But if it does work that way, that means it's nice, it's fun. Let's see. And boom. Oh, there's some elites there. I didn't even notice. Let's see. How am I doing with the quest? 4 out of 10. It's not dropping much, is it? I think the big Netherim are the ones that have to drop me this, not the little ones. Unless it's completely random and all of them can. Alright, 4 more. Oh, there's a boss here. Mini boss, let's say. Whatever it's called, the champion. Let's see if those can drop. Oh yeah, those can drop as well, so it doesn't have to be big Netherim. The little ones can also drop those items.
You have gained a level.
Oh, I've actually leveled up. I forgot this one was 59. Let's see. 1 point, I don't know where to spend it. Maybe Curse of Pippi. Or maybe I should have just gone for more goose. More goose would have been the better choice. In any case, that's fine. I mean, it only increases the damage apparently. This only increases the damage, not reduction to cooldown or anything like that.
That spell can't be cast.
Huh? Nani? What the fuck? How did he suddenly die? What the fuck happened? I think the delay. I didn't even get to the phase where I'm gonna be using my targeted strikes and the guy just died. This one was kind of unexpected. Alright, we've got an upgrade here. This one was really unexpected. But yeah, let's do some more. Let's do some more Sharpie gameplay. What's my current weapon? Pretty shitty. I can equip a better one. I've got a better one somewhere out here. This one can be better. Relic cooldown really would be kind of a tough boss, but let's get one of those equipped and use it. Pet, bring me money. Bring me money.
Your pet has arrived.
Keep getting throat. Oh, we got a winner, ding ding ding. 7.7 versus 7.2. Chance to burn versus chance to chill. Both have potion stuff to do. So here's the thing, I can squeeze more DPS if, and that is a big if I use if I use this rope, I can squeeze more DPS, but I'm losing 1 to adventurer skills, which would mean this would not be giving me chance to return ammo on kill for precision skills. Do I want that? Do I not want that bonus? Tough call. But the damage, let's see the damage increase. How big of a damage increase it would be. Not that much more than crit damage. In fact, it's ending up being less than my crit damage from my current item. All right, but that's just the paper one. The real damage might be more. In any case, I'm gonna keep my current one.
Next time.
And I need one more musketeer piece, by the way. Can get rid of those. What was arc powered legs? I wanna see what the arc powered legs gives me and what the musketeer ones give me. I mean, I've got musketeer rope gloves, arc powered legs. I'm gonna go here. Arc powered pants. Not bad. Actually, I'd much rather have arc powered than musketeer legs, I think. Where's the musketeer? Oh yeah, definitely don't want this one. So I need arc powered legs and then musketeer gloves maybe. Because I want the arc powered bonus, this one. And also this one. Even if it means losing some DPS, it might be worth it. Come on. If only I had skittering shoulders for my legendarium as well. Might start gambling for shoulders and try and get those. Okay. Alright, time for the big guns. That was a quick one. Let's see here. Come on, die, die. What do I need? Some more rare bones. Goblins, group up. Okay. This goblin doesn't want to come here. Come on, come on. There we go. 2 more bones. Let's go kill some more skelly men. Let's group up those here, group up those here. Get those here and then do it like that. And I'm thinking, by the way, those items where it says use your relic active skill, use your relic activation skill, the ones that trigger when using the one that was on your E, or the one that that's the tier 2, the equivalent to this one. I'm thinking those items would be slightly changed, but you would still have the equivalent of those skills, the new equivalent of those skills that items would be boosting. So every relic would have one skill that is boosted by things that were boosting our relic activation, and I'm thinking they would also have another skill that's gonna be boosted by the current relic active skill bonuses. They're gonna probably use different names based on what I've seen. But yeah, I think we would still have some builds centered around those things if you were liking building like that. So Egg of Mayhem probably wouldn't become much more different than it is right now. So you would still have a total of 5 skills, and using one of them would be able to trigger the other one. This is just me guessing, this is not the confirmed information, but I'm assuming that's how it's gonna be. After extensively rereading all the information I had about the relics, how their skills work, it seems like I actually even know which skills would be affected by what, by the way they're worded or categorized. Right, 1 more minute cooldown. I'm gonna wait for the cooldown and then go and do the boss fight. Okay, I think we're good to go now. Let's go this way. Can this give me movement speed? It did give me movement speed, okay.
Your pet has arrived.
Not sure if it's really worth it spending this time gathering just to get a little bit of movement speed for a few seconds. Oh, I ended up going too soon. I should have waited a few more seconds before entering. Didn't even use the shocking burst.
You are overburdened.
Someone saying Teufel, Teufel, interesting name. He's saying, do you like Torchlight 3 more than Chaos Bane? I'm thinking about this game. I'm thinking about what game I should go for. Sorry for misreading this. Yeah, um, it's hard to tell. They're so different. They're like different sides of the same coin. Um, I mean, I love Chaos Bane for what it is, but it doesn't have that much of an active developer. So I can tell you what the things that Chaos Bane doesn't have that this game does have. First, the developers of this game are so active. They communicate with us a lot more, and they're just probably the better team out of the two in regards to how they handle their patching, their feedback and everything. So that's something super important for me as a gamer and as a streamer, to be able to have direct contact with at least the community manager, and to have that be responsive. So as a player, I'm not sure how much people care about this, but I'm pretty sure a lot of the people really care when a developer is communicating on a daily, hourly basis. There's always someone online or active in the Discord, regardless whether it's a moderator or not, or whether it's a developer. Even the CEO, Max Schaefer, you can see the CEO of Vector Games, Max Schaefer, who is co-founder of Blizzard Games and co-founder of Runic, that used to make not Blizzard Note, mind you. He was one of the 3 people who made Diablo 2, and he's in charge of this game. He's the CEO of this game, and you can talk to him every now and then on Discord. He's down to earth guy who comes to the Discord channel, has a chat with us, listens to feedback. So something like this is a huge boost in my book for Torchlight 3. They definitely care about what the gamers want, what the player base wants, and they listen. They're using a roadmap under the form of Trello. Talking about Trello, there's a link. They also use something called Note, which is like a feedback center. So any company that uses those things gets extra points in my book. Chaos Bane is great. Right now, with the changes to Endgame they did, the game definitely feels much better than it used to be a year ago when it launched. So it's good. It's good, but consider Chaos Bane as a single-player experience. This is my advice to everyone. If you're looking into getting Chaos Bane, be prepared to be playing solo. Don't expect much to find other people to play with. Whereas with this game, it's much easier to find people, a much bigger player base, more active development team, and the updates are just coming a lot more often. So Chaos Bane still can be nice to farm, to have fun, to experiment, to have some extra interesting builds you can try and test, modifying and so on. But overall, for me right now, Torchlight 3 is the superior game, even though it's not launched, even though it's still in like a early access beta phase. I think this is pretty much a very good answer regarding which game I would recommend. If you want a finished launch product, if you don't want wipes of data, Chaos Bane. If you want to be part of the community that ends up shaping this game, you can get Torchlight 3. You're gonna get Torchlight 3 cheaper if you get it now opposed to getting it post-launch. Excluding any future, what's it called, sales, of course. So yeah, you gotta kind of figure out which game is better for you, not which game is better for me. Hopefully this kind of helps you make a decision. And you're welcome, dude. Always happy to share my experiences and knowledge with the rest of the community. Okay. Send pet to the town.
I did not see that coming. It It's best to
Okay,
keep
we're
a pet
going
as
into
a rabbit.
blazing territory, but before we go into the blazing territory, I'm gonna collect some stuff and try and get the infectious shooter pistol for my sharpshooter. Actually, let's do one more thing. I'm gonna do it like this. Act 3. And I'm gonna be collecting rewards and selling them for gold instead of salvaging and using them. It's much better that way for now. I mean, I would be using the blue bags. Blue bags I would be using.
I make no promises.
So this I'm gonna be selling, this I'm gonna be selling, this I will be selling. Trying to get a specific pistol just to test this build before the data gets wiped.
Thanks for the gold.
So now we're collecting more and more.
So you buy in or what?
300, 300, 250, 332, 180, 180, 180, 60, 60, 60.
See ya.
So what I'm doing is I'm opening those bags, because those bags I can sell for the same price I can sell the item inside, if I don't like the item. Or I can even make the item into powder if I don't want money. Dragon Tooth Blade. Curse Skewer.
I make no promises. Good luck.
Let's
out
collect
there.
some more. Actually, I've collected everything. We can go back to Endgame now. A little bit more endgame on this, and then I can change back to something else. What do we do? Let's do this one. So far no news about an update today yet. About something like a fixed rubber banding or anything like that. So it might be later, in the week when that would be happening. The rubber banding. Oh, we're doing blazing maps? Shit, there's gonna be dying. With all the rubber banding and blazing. Yeah, there is a lot of rubber banding. But yeah, keep in mind I'm playing on the US server, to those of you who don't already know. I'm from the EU and I'm on a US server, so there's an immense amount of whack. Even though the ping number is like, it's not much. My ping number is 185. I mean, it's a watt, but not like 3, 4, 500 or whatever. And it seems, it feels like 3000, but it's only 180. Sometimes I would feel like it's lagging with 2-3 seconds delay, sometimes more. And you're seeing that on the screen as well. It's not just me imagining things. It's not the screen, the stream lagging or anything. At least I'm hoping the stream is not lagging as well. I had the other day, like 2 days ago, I had problem with my restreaming software. I was restreaming to the German, Eastern German server, because I used to have a good connection there. Then it ended up becoming bad, so the next day I streamed to the Turkish server in Istanbul, and then on the next day, like yesterday, I streamed to the Tel Aviv server in Israel. And I think I get the best bitrate to the Israeli Tel Aviv server, if I'm not mistaken, when it comes to restreaming. Even though I'm far, I mean there's a sea away between my continent and Israel, and yet I've got like only 15 milliseconds ping to it, which is interesting. How I only have like 15 milliseconds ping to Tel Aviv, but to Istanbul I've got 19 milliseconds ping. Before, Istanbul server actually used to be very laggy for me, and I couldn't get my bitrate to stabilize like a few months ago. But yeah, if the streaming is lagging, let me know, because I've been experimenting a lot with different servers recently with the restreaming to see which one would be the best one bitrate wise. I don't seem to be dropping frames as per my streaming software. I'm gonna check again in a moment. Dropped frames, oh, 0.0, that's better than yesterday where I had like 3% or something. Alright, let's keep moving. Highway of Poetry. Oh, I've only got... I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna be killing enemies. For those 2 minutes, I'd rather go into the boss fight ready with my relic activation. So much delay. But yeah, tomorrow I wanna make. I was gonna make this today, but I didn't because, as I said, I had some problem with my internet in the whole neighborhood, or at least on my street. So I will make like a guide or introduction to Endgame for this Fazier's dungeon. It was gonna come out today, as I promised before I ended my stream last night. But yeah, introduction to the end game of Torchlight 3 would be something I think a lot of the people would want to see on my YouTube channel. How to unlock it, how to use it, and what it's all about. What? Shit, I didn't click on the fucking door. Why? Why? I'm gonna move with the other button. I wanna just break. See, it's not letting me target. Alright, can I target it like this? finally. Look at where it's shooting. Okay, now it's shooting. It was shooting up. It was shooting towards the sky. No, it didn't. No. No, it's messing with me. Over the aggressive entrance or exit, maybe. Alright, there we go. Not much food, honestly. Moving on. Challenge 16. First though, we gotta send the pet to the town. And Gwaint, welcome back Gwaint, how are you, dude? No private test server for us. The public test server, it is active, yeah. It is active, but again, it's only for US people. Even people with VPNs weren't able to get access to the test realm. If you want the news, if you want the link, give me a moment, I'm gonna give you the link. This is the link. This is the link to find out how to get access to it. It's only US though. So yeah, not everyone can go there right now. Before we get a EU public test server, we're probably gonna get the Endgame in the actual regular server. That's just my guess. Traps or quoked? Well, let's go for the gear wookie. Still trying to find certain items, especially that pistol. I want that pistol. Oh, I forgot to gamble for that pistol. Should have gambled when I was in the town earlier. I mean, I did sell a lot of stuff, so how much gold did I make? I had like 2000, I'm probably now at around 6-7 after selling all the stuff I sold. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Doing blazing on a squishy sharpshooter, not really pleasant. breaking the server. I'm putting it in so much stress right now, this server. It obviously can't handle everything that's happening at the same time. Ah, fuck. I didn't teleport. Alright, let's try. Ah, fuck. Good. Now we're safe. Now we're safe.
You can't cast that.
60 seconds though. I'm gonna have to kill the boss without relic activation. Oh, it's this guy. Well, that went well, I guess. Let's see here. So, moving on bit by bit, further and further. Anything fun? No. That was actually a pretty quick map. Kind of rushed it. Is the next one the boss fight? No, one more.
What will it be?
Let's go for Gearwalkie again. Seems like a good choice. Let's see how far I can go with the dungeons. This seems like an incomplete sentence. You might add, let's see how far you can go with the dungeons before you encounter a bug or a disconnect. This seems to be the better wording. If we leave the wagging and rubber banding behind as the ultimate enemy, the most overpowered boss in the game, if we leave that on the side, there's always rubber banding and wagging, so let's forget about that for now until it's fixed. And let's say, yeah, how far can I go without disconnecting or getting a bug where the boss doesn't spawn or the quest cannot be completed and I need to to go back down a few levels. So far I think I've reached level 30 something on my mage and it just feels wrong. Playing level 30 something, after this one I'm gonna do the boss and then switch on my mage so I can show you how bad it feels. It's super bullet spongy, it feels terrible. Monsters with 250% extra HP or so. And the HP just keeps growing and it becomes such a boring not rubber band but what was the word? Bullet sponge fest. It seems super terrible. And I'm not sure whether they even tested playing on the hardest level internally with a build. Because developers can give themselves the best gear possible, they can make the best build possible if they want, and let's have them show us 251 level with the developer playing on it, to see what build is supposed to be doing 251st level. What build can do that much damage to not feel like you're killing the worst possible bullet sponges. The damage also gets increased. You can see the monster damage and HP is getting increased every level, every stage.
Your pack is full.
And I'm fine, the damage being increased, I'm fine. But again, this is a bad system. This system fits into endless modes, where you have items getting stronger. It doesn't fit into modes where the items don't grow in power. And I would rather not see the items grow in power, like in Wosen. It would feel wrong. I'm fine with the enemies getting more damage and getting a little bit more HP, okay. But you gotta consider, if it's gonna be 251 levels, then just test it internally, test how it feels to do the final level with the best possible items the game can give you on the most overpowered builds that you can make, and see if it can be cleared. If it can't, then well, something needs to be nerfed. I think the best thing to nerf is the HP for now. The damage doesn't seem to be growing that high. But I'm thinking that would be thousands of extra HP. That's probably gonna be 1500 extra HP when you're at the max level of the dungeon. And that's gonna be so boring. So boring. If right now it's 30% monster HP, I need that much time to kill certain enemies without my relic activation. But that's why we are doing early testing, that's why early access exists. So we can give them feedback about things like those, so they can fix it before the game launches. As I like to say, we gotta suffer so that the game doesn't suffer from a bad launch eventually. We're kind of suffering for the better good of everyone else later when playing the early access of any game out there. Feedback is definitely very valuable to developers, at least to good developers. They know how to take feedback and how to consider what is good and what isn't good feedback. So I'm hoping that they would reconsider this. I mean, I don't think anyone has reached over level 100 on this one yet. But again, I don't watch other streamers, so I don't know how far the others with early access have reached, or the people who started playing it today on the public test servers. I was not focusing on single hero, so I probably could have reached like 60 or 70 if I was just sticking to my mage and playing only the mage. But again, it's really getting boring at one point. It really becomes boring to a point where I don't feel like playing this mode. Mostly because, again, there's no motivation. I've already sent my feedback about the lack of motivation to do this mode, as opposed to Mapworks. So yeah, today I sent a lot of feedback. I already showed the feedback to some of you. But this is what it looks like. Just a moment. I'm gonna show you again. Fazeer, open, add new window, window capture. Note, but okay, so this is kind of it. This is some of the feedback I sent them. So basically, yeah, map modifiers, overall difficulty stuff, then stuff about death and punishment, stuff about rewards and motivation not being proper, and then disconnects and bugs that result in feeling kind of bad. And some suggestions on how we can probably feel more motivated. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I sent to them as feedback, and I think and I hope it is good and useful feedback. So yeah, let's close this. So I had a lot of stuff to say, and that's just a small fraction of the things I could have sent them. I wanted to keep it short and to the point, on point, so could have written a lot more. But I think this is enough. This is enough. I'm gonna write more feedback eventually later as I keep playing. I wanna play with the new relics and then give them feedback about more rebalancing suggestions and stuff like that. I wanna see how much stronger I can get with the new reworked relics opposed to without them. Endgame really needs a lot of changes. I can tell you from my first impressions, the endgame needs a lot of changes. Not huge changes, but a lot of little changes to different things, tweaking. Especially, just think of those gear rewards that you could get that I suggested. You know, from contracts, we keep getting those gear bundles. So let's say for the first time you clear a specific boss, the level 3, the level 7, the level 11 or and whatever the different levels of bosses are. For the first time you clear a certain checkpoint and reach a new checkpoint. Let's say they reward you blue or yellow gear back. Maybe for the first boss you get blue, then you get yellow, then you get another blue, then you get a yellow gear back. This by itself would be an okay motivation. I'm talking about the gear bundles, about those things. So let's say for the first boss you clear, you get this one, and only for the first time you clear it. If you keep doing the same boss, you're not gonna get this again. If you keep going down and up with your unlocked progress, you're not gonna get it. So for the first one you get one of those, for the second one you get one of those, then you get another blue, then you get another one of those. Maybe they can just alternate between those. That would be good motivation. Not perfect, but still something as a temporary until they figure out a better system that rewards. That was one of my suggestions I sent them today. And Marauder, welcome back Marauder, how are you? Are you enjoying the test servers? Did you try playing on the test server? If you haven't, you better go and check it and enjoy the testing there, enjoy the end game. I wouldn't mind changing and going onto the test server, creating a new hero, maybe playing with viewers tomorrow some end game. Alright, I'm gonna do this. That's a lot of elites. I just gotta kill them. Yeah, you're gonna love it. I mean, there's definitely, as I said, a lot of things that need to change with the endgame, but overall it is a fun experience. But the gear progression definitely should come not just from contracts. I completely agree with Nevostrius. Well, when your pet is bugged, then you can't give your pet items and can delete them. It seems like the game. I already reported this bug in my feedback. You might have seen, but yeah. It thinks that my pet is broken. It thinks that my pet is in the town still, and it's not, it's obviously here. This only happens on blazing. where it tells me that my pet has died twice in a row quickly. Right, let's do this boss fight, but before that I have a lot of gear to sort. First the pet needs to go away, then we get rid of this, and alright, so apart from the gauntlets, everything else is fine to go away. I think it was those that are nice. Attack speed for basic attacks, but not really. Honestly, my basic attack build is using the cosmic gauntlets. Feels left out, man. Definitely feels left out. You can download the PTR, but it won't let you in. Yeah.
Your pet has arrived.
VP Olevoin. What? That's an interesting name. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but let's say VP Olevoin is asking me to show him my skills. Those are my skills. That's my skills. I've got bonus levels in adventure, just one, and one bonus level in precision. This is why this is level 6, just in case I end up removing my hat or helmet and my chest piece. So I can squeeze some more points. Believe me, if I want to, I can squeeze 1 point here, can get 1 point here. I can remove 1 point from this, and this, and it would work. But yeah, that's my skill points. Mostly here, sharpshooter skills cooldown plus vulnerability. Here, damage to blind and sword and stunt, and I'm using this to slow enemies. This one gives me crit chance for precision skills, and I'm using it as extra proc, extra poison to keep procking stuff like my relic and the whitening strike. This one is a bug, not a bug, but let's say the computer, the NPC leveled the relic for me. So those 10 points, ignore them. They are wasted. They're wrong. Those 10 points should not be here. I would spend those 10 points, 2 points here, another 5 points here, and that leaves us with 3 points, which I probably could put here. And that 1 point I probably would also put here. So yeah, I think that pretty much settles it for the skills. I'm using Shasta's Promise. Ideally, I'm trying to get this one weapon called the Infectious Shooter. Scout's Bones fire soft poison missiles around it that do 50% weapon damage each. This is the one I want to get, and maybe Lil Drake. Lil Drake would also work fine, instead of the Quicksilver and the Headhunter, to get those 2 pistols. And that would work very well with this build. I think it's gonna be great for this build, honestly. 2 Tompu also is not bad, but not for this build, because I don't have any points into Heartseeker. So that's a different build entirely. But yeah, a lot of interesting things you can do with this setup. And I'm using arc-powered boots and arc-powered shoulders. You can add arc-powered legs, and then you can add musketeer gauntlets, and then using the musketeer helmet and chest and gauntlets and the arc-powered shoulders, boots and legs. Ideally, you would probably be using skittering shoulders for damage reduction in the Legendarium. Maybe you can get rid of Shasta's Promise. Shasta's Promise is not really that important. I find it kind of underwhelming, but it's okay, because it can proc stuff. I guess with that healing. But yeah, you can get rid of the Shasta's Promise, put Skittering Shoulders there, and it's gonna be more than fine. How do the skills work? What does the 1 to 5 on top mean? What do you mean 1 to 5 on top? Gary plays 28. Do you mean my relic skills? The relic skills are getting changed, so keep in mind in 2 weeks or 3 weeks we're getting a huge rework of relics. Every relic would be having its own role, own purpose. If you want summons, you go for Bane. If you want healing, you go for Blood Drinker. If you want randomized chaotic damage, you go for the Whitening and the Electrode. If you want what's it called? Crowd control, you go for the Cold Heart. If you want stable damage, you go for the Flaming Destroyer. So every relic would have a certain role. I'm not gonna review much what more other than just the teas I told you, but you know, every relic kind of right now has that role, but not that much leaned into it. So with every relic you're gonna have a bunch of active skills and a bunch of passive skills. What those mean right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, with the current system, you level up your relic as you kill stuff. This is going away. The relic would not have its own level. It would use the same skill points you use for your skills. Right now we have 60 skill points for 60 levels. How much we would get with the next update, I don't know. Maybe 80, maybe 90, maybe 100. Maybe we would still have 60. We'll see. But each relic would have a bunch of active and a bunch of passive skills that you can level up the same way you level up those, and they would have their own bonuses. So as you level up the skill, it becomes stronger. It gets different things that boost you or the skill itself. The same way this works. That's me not revealing too much, just giving you a teaser. So kind of walking a fine line here. But yeah, you're gonna be able to lean into that role the relic is for specifically a lot more, and I'm telling you, a lot of people would really love the Cold Heart and the Electrode. The Blood Drinker would be your wife leech healing kind of thing, because everyone wants it to be that one, and developers saw this, so they decided, okay, let's make it even more of the healing kind of thing. The defensive healing kind of relic. Wow, this rubber banding is just so heavy on me. This should have died so long ago, this pylon, the crystal. You can see there's huge delay because I'm from the EU on an American server, so things are not taking damage, I'm not moving properly. I should have killed this 10 times by now already. But yeah, right now number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5 is just tiers. So in order to unlock one tier, you need to reach a certain level. You can spend points at level 1 on the first skill, the second tier is at level 5, the third skill, the third tier is level 10, then 15, and then 20, and the last one you get at 30. But the last one you don't spend points into, it just automatically unlocks. This is with that rubber banding. Finally. Wow, the best rubber banding as well. This one was such a waggy fight, such a waggy fight. It's a painful experience, but we're all suffering for science in the test server. But yeah, adventurer, I'm gonna explain again about that, Gary. So just a moment. You're asking whether we have all the skills from the beginning. So yeah, we do have all the skills from the beginning, but there we can't spend points into them. So this one, you cannot spend points into this and this until you're level 5. So this one you can spend points at level 1 and 2. For this one you need level 5. This is level 10, 15, 20. Again, 1, 5, 10, 15, 20. For the relic it's 1, 5, 10, 15, and this one automatically unlocks, I think, at level 30. But this is changing a lot. I mean, I don't think if I can say this, but the ice relic would have something that turns you into not a projectile, but it turns you into something that deals a lot of damage to enemies around you, without revealing too much, like a frozen orb in Diablo. And I think that's something very, very nice that I'm really looking forward to making that I'm the frozen orb kind of build. I want that build. I want that build on a melee spin to win character. The I am the frozen orb melee spin to win build. It's gonna be fun. It's definitely gonna be fun. It's gonna be the super out of the box. I mean, it's not probably gonna be as strong as an electrode spin to win. Probably not as tanky as a blood drinker spin to win. But the cold hard spin to win setup would be super fun. Believe me, with all that damage and crowd control and everything. And yeah. And do you think they will add more skills to both skill trees? I certainly hope they don't add more skills to those skill trees. We're gonna have more skills than we can use. Maybe with an expansion to see new heroes getting added would be the better thing. Because with the relics, you have 5 relics. Imagine each one of those 5 relics getting 10 active, not 10, but 10 total active and passive skills, for example. Or imagine each relic getting 12 total active and passive skills more. That's gonna be a lot. First you have 7 here, you've got 7 here. Then imagine you get 10 more from a relic. 5 passive, 5 active, or 6 active, 6 passive, something like that. Imagine getting this. Wouldn't that be too much? I mean, also keep in mind that choosing your relic would be something you make when you create your character. It would be a permanent choice apparently when you create your character. So that means like a secondary class in Grimdown, like your mastery in Grimdown at level 10, that you cannot respec at all. This kind of allows for a lot of tough choices to be made. Like you gotta decide, alright, do I want this relic? But what if I select this relic and I don't like it and I'm level 20 and I don't feel like making a new character? This is my concern here. Many people would not really like this permanency of the relic. And it would be nice to make the reliquary be a place where you can unspec all the points you've spent on relic skills, the same way you do it from a skill station right now. So right now from the skill station I can use respectacles to unspec points. And let's say the reliquary is a place where you can do the same with respectacles, but for the relic skills. And then once you have 0 points spent into a relic skill, I think it would be very good to allow players to change their class if they have a specific item, for example. Let's say you unspec all your points, then you use a certain item, like maybe maybe something like not an ember core, but it could be an ember core, but let's say it's not an ember core but something else that could drop from enemies, and then you replace permanently your relic, your second quas, maybe even without a quas item, without an item, just some system to be able to change it would be amazing. Let me go back on my mage, by the way. But yeah, imagine being able to do that. I really think that would be a good way to kind of negate the negative feedback that could come from a permanent relic choice. I mean, you would still have to have a lot of respectable points and do some farming, but let's say, yeah, let's say we feel like it's not the right choice and we don't want to start over a character that's like level 20 something because we don't like the relic. There should be an option to respec. Maybe tell people you can respec, but only once you're level 60 and only once you remove all the skill points you spent into the relic, and then you talk to the reliquary building and change that mastery. This could work. I think a system like that would work. I wouldn't mind farming for 20-30 respectacles. As you saw, my sharpshooter already had like 23. Let's do some more endgame. But yeah, that's my only concern right now with the relics. I want to wait and see how they work, how they are, and then I'm gonna send some feedback to the devs. I mean, for all we know, it could actually end up in everything being fine, and even without the respecking, it feeling great. So now you're gonna see what I mean by bullet sponges. On this build I can do over 1,000,000 damage per hit. And even with this build, clearing enemies kind of becomes boring at a certain stage that I've reached, at like stage 36. I actually reached 37 or 38 and then I died and went back to 36, but yeah. Right now I think the enemies would be 210, 220% extra HP. Let's see. I think it would be 210% extra HP at this stage. Let's see what else I've missed in the comments. Is there still an NPC to power level you in the test server? Yes, there is an NPC to power you in the test server. There is an NPC to power you. You need to go to Travel Point. So you kill Yapper, you go to Edgewood Bluff, and then you teleport to Travel Point with your portal. And then you go to the docks. But I haven't played on the public test server, so I don't know. But there should be. There definitely should be an NPC to power level you to level 44 over there. Actually, I got disconnected. Come on. I got disconnected when trying to go into the dungeon. But yeah, it definitely feels bullet spongy after you reach a certain stage, and it just feels boring. The time it takes you to kill just the basic enemies. It's just a boring bullet sponge fest. Let's do this. But yeah, we're gonna have a lot of skill variety and build variety with this planned rework. So people who were unhappy, who were saying, hey, Torchlight 3 doesn't have as much skills and skill trees as Torchlight 2, those people should be the ones that supposedly would be the happiest from this change. Ah, teleporters, fuck. They might have added defense to the enemies, by the way. They might have added defense, because I don't seem to be doing as much damage as I did to other enemies. With the same items, with the same build. I used to be able to do a lot more damage before. But still I'm doing hundreds of thousands of damage, so... You can see how slow it's taking me here with 210% monster HP. Imagine this at 2000% monster HP, or whenever, whatever the limit would be at stage 251. This is stage 36. Stage 36 out of 251. So if this is already feeling boring and they're taking a lot of time to die, how boring would it feel playing something that's 5 times, actually 6-7 times more boring, 7 times more HP added or whatever, 1500 HP or whatever the limit would be, 1300%. What's with the rubber banding?
You're close to dying.
Oh, I don't have potions. Great, I'm gonna die now.
Your pet is back.
So yeah, I think they just never tested how overpowered this becomes as you progress through the stages. I don't think there has been a single person that bothered doing the hardest level. With developers can give themselves any item they want, with any affix probably they want on it, so they can make the perfect meta build and do the hardest content. I'd like for them to stream that sometime. A proper super meta equipped and built character on the hardest content, just so we can see whether it's really doable, whether it's actually something that would feel fun to do, at least to them, if they would feel fun. Because yeah, someone might feel fun, others might not feel fun doing it, but still, this seems like it's taking unnecessarily long to kill stuff. And I can't call this fun. In fact, that's the opposite of fun, the current experience after a certain stage. So this is my current concern with this increase of HP of the enemies. See, those are the most basic enemies. They're not even champions that I'm killing.
You are near death.
Oh shit, I have no potions because I wasted them on the previous dungeon. So you can see how boring it ends up being eventually. And that's just at stage 36. Imagine 100, 150, 200, 250. I had a fear something like this would happen, because they're trying to use a system that works in games that have power creep. This game doesn't have power creep, it doesn't have items growing in power as your dungeons grow in power like Wosen. It doesn't have paragon levels like Diablo 3. Which means eventually they just made too many stages. 250 stages with the current progression of the HP of the monster seems unreasonably high. 100 maybe, although I would say reasonably, with this amount of HP increase, I would say reasonably 70 stages, no more, would be what people would bear to do. Because if they have twice as much HP as they do right now at level 70, that's gonna be pretty boring. It's not like it's difficult, it's like it just takes so long. It's just so time consuming. And when it's super time consuming, it just ends up not being fun. It ends up not being worth your time spending an hour just doing a single map. Which normally you could do in 5 minutes in map works and get the same amount of rewards, maybe even more, because the map works at least can give you extra gear work by default when you open them without trying to get that right card with the gear work key. And I'm not saying give this game power creep, never give this game power creep. Keep the max item level 60, don't make stronger items, don't give the game paragon levels, or if you do give them paragon levels, make them limited. Or whatever you want to call them, just not, if there is a system like this, there should be a limit to those. If they give us post story leveling, there should be a limit. But yeah, this system just does not work well unless you have a way to become stronger other than items and skills. Because right now, I'm telling you, there's gonna be a huge, massive wall that people would not be able to pass through, regardless what items and skills have. I can see how strong the enemies are becoming, and yeah, this is gonna be boring. One word, boring. I don't think relic weapons would make me that much stronger. I'm gonna wait and see. Before I pass my final judgment on it, I wanna wait and see how the relics would change the balance. And how much it would tip the scales towards our advantage against enemies that have 2, 3, 4, 5, 600% extra HP. But remember, this is the first ever iteration of this endgame mode, meaning it's gonna undergo a lot of changes before the game launches, based on feedback from all the players who are testing it. Okay. Healing, healing, healing. Finally. Starting the dungeon with 0 potions, that's a new challenge. Trying to survive without wasting too much potions. Again, you see, it's not like it's not doable, but it takes a while to kill certain things. Come on. Such a nasty spot. He's in a bad place where I can't kite much and avoid stuff. When he's more out in the open, it's easier to DPS. Wow, 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 wow. Who did that much damage to me in such a short time? So this is supposed to do almost as much damage as this. Interesting. That's with the item. I'm using the Brilliant Herald. I've changed my build from yesterday because I got the Brilliant Herald today. Or did I get it yesterday? I think I might have gotten it yesterday at the end of the stream. From gambling. But yeah, I've put it in my Legendarium now. So I'm using it. What? Oh, teleported. Okay. Let's do this. Oh wow, 3 elites and one of them is a shaman. Okay. No shaman die. Alright, the shaman's dead, so I can just come here and kill the rest easily. Ah shit, back to 0 potions, I gotta be careful. The shaman did not drop a potion, unfortunately. Oh, damn. One hit and I'm dead. Pet, heal me, pet. What are you doing, pet? Heal me. Come on, pet. He just used his healing. Oh no, that was the damage buff. That's not the healing. I know how to heal myself. I'm gonna use Luminous Run and heal myself with it. If the pet doesn't want to heal, we're gonna use the good old Luminous Run. Yeah, you can see how slow it is. I mean, if this isn't boring, I don't know what else is. If someone thinks the way what I'm doing right now doesn't feel boring, this type of slow, very slow to kill dungeon. The whole action part of the RPG is kind of ARPG is being kind of lost in translation, I guess. when you have to spend so much time just to kill a single popcorn trash enemy. And that is with a pretty OP build. This is not a super weak build. This build, as you saw me the other day, can do 1.6 million when I buff it up. Which is a lot of damage. Although the enemies seem to have gotten some resistance, because I'm not doing that much damage now. Even when I was fully buffed, I'm not doing as much damage.
Your pet has returned.
So there's probably some invisible extra defense that they've given to the enemies that doesn't show up on the map modifier on the side where it says HP and damage. And by the way, if the enemies get 52% damage at this stage, at level 70 that's gonna be 105 extra damage. Level 140, would that be... Let's say not at level 70, because I don't think it starts at level 1 where they get HP and damage, but let's say, yeah, roughly at level 251 they're probably gonna have 5 times as much, so that's gonna be 250 more damage, which would be immediate one shot from everything, because you don't have anything to accommodate for this much damage. So basically it would be, you get hit once, you die. That's how it would be level 251 if you don't have some sort of damage reduction buff from a relic or from the shoulders. Or if you're not using Damnation to decrease the damage they do. But even with Damnation, I don't think at 251, I think it's gonna be just basically a bullet hell. You get hit once you die. Not sure how fun that would be. If they have like 200 and something extra damage percent. So those need to be rebalanced. Or the max level needs to be decreased from 251 to something else. But yeah, hopefully you're seeing what my concerns for this are right now by watching me do this. It's not like it's too difficult to do it, especially if I had more potions when I started. I wouldn't have needed to back off as much. And when I heard challenges, the first when they announced this system, I didn't expect just slightly. I expected something that's a little bit different from Mapworks. That's what I kind of expected to see from this endgame. Not just Mapworks with some more map modifiers on top of them. I expected some sort of weird mechanics. And just weirder elites. With elites, there's a lot of fun they can have with elites and mechanics and affixes for elites, not for the whole map.
Your health is low. Your pack is full.
But yeah, and the pet is dead again. Yeah, completing this one would take a while. So yeah, if I was using Electrode, things would have been dying so much easier versus me using the Ice Relic. That is true, so there is a way how I can make this stronger and faster. If you're in a party, it would be easier, but I still don't think level 251 would be easier. I don't think level 251 would be really fast enough. I mean, yeah, if I'm in a party, we've got 4 people buffing each other, stacking different relic buffs, so it would work. That's why I say let's wait for the relic rework, let's try this in a party, and then we can say how it goes. But why should the solo experience be worse than the party experience? I think it should scale based on how many party members you've got, not to force you to look for people to do this in a team. Because some people like playing solo. So if a person wants to do this solo, what? Should that person have a worse experience than the party players? I'm fine with them adding more HP and damage to the enemies if we are playing in a team. That's okay. Everyone's been doing this. Other people have been doing this for their games, so that's acceptable. Based on how many party members you've got to make the content harder, okay. That is something I would love to see. But the solo experience should be something that's the base. Then on top of the solo experience base, they can build up the difficulty based on how many people you've got in the team. No, this is not taken from the time when it was supposed to be MMORPG. This is a system that started getting developed after they changed the name to Torchlight 3 from Torchlight Frontiers. So this is definitely not from the times when it was supposed to be MMORPG. And even if it was gonna be MMORPG, this would not have fit Torchlight Frontiers at all. This system. This is the new endgame. It's not even out yet. It's only out on the public server, the public test server and the private test server. And I'm playing on the private one. So this is definitely nothing to do with Torchlight Frontiers. The whole extra monster damage, monster HP, based on how far you reach. Believe me, I've played this game since April 2019. So I know what it used to be back then in the Torchlight Frontiers times, when it was kind of getting shaped into an MMO, semi-MMO. But yeah, even back then where it was gonna be MMO, it wasn't gonna be a real MMO. It was only gonna have some shared zones. So in the dungeons you would always be just you and your team. Even then, you never saw other people in the dungeons. And the monsters never respawned in the dungeons. Right now we have a respawn modifier, of course. But yeah, back when it was Torchlight Frontiers, you can only see other people in the town and in certain public zones. And only if you're in the same seat, in the same server and map seat. So it was never like a true MMO even back then. But yeah, this system is them trying to replicate what is in Diablo 3, in Vast Epoch, in Wosen, and in Grim Dawn. Every one of those games I've mentioned has this type of rifting system. Rifting system where you keep pushing the levels further and further, and the enemies become stronger and stronger. That's how it is, and have a limit of how far you can push. But the problem is the gear and skills only can take you so far. That's the big problem here. At one point it just becomes boring because the enemies have so much HP. But again, this is me just my first impressions, my first feedback. I'm gonna share that feedback once I check the new relic weapons. The new relic, not weapons, but the new relic skills. Once I test the new relic skills and see how much stronger I become, and then once I test it in a team as well, I can send some more feedback, see how the system feels. But right now I don't suggest people doing solo past level 35. It just takes forever to clear a single level, a single stage. Even with a build that can do a ton of damage. Well, before endgame, I don't think you can have all the gear you want before endgame. Because you have to complete the story to reach the endgame, and by the time you complete the story you definitely don't have all the gear. Because this endgame starts at level 46, the endgame starts at 46. So even if you've got a lot of nice items, if you've got every single item before level 60, it's still not gonna be level 60 item, and you're still gonna want it. But yeah, right now the game is not really rewarding in this mode. This mode is not as rewarding as it could be. And I've already written them feedback about this, to consider giving us some rewards. It's fine that I can gear myself up in Mapworks and then do this afterwards. But right now the two things that can modify people are curiosity and ego to show off. So if you don't care about how far you can go, if you're not curious, and if you don't want to prove to yourself and others that you can go far away in this dungeon, then you're not gonna feel motivated to do it, because it's not more rewarding than Mapworks. In fact, the time you spent on this versus the time you spent on Mapworks definitely feels like you can earn more gear by just doing Mapworks. More gear per hour. So even if they just give us gear bundles every few boss fights, and you can see how easy the boss fight is compared to some of the elite enemies I was fighting. So the mini bosses are underwhelming, whereas the trash mobs and the elites you meet into the level are overwhelming at times, especially with the map modifiers. This is exactly kind of in a way what I wrote to them today. But yeah, there's a lot of things that need to be done to make this more attractive as an activity to both solo and party players. It's not bad, it's definitely a good idea, a good base, a good foundation or a skeleton that can be just improved upon. So let's say we've got the skeleton, let's add the muscles, let's add the organs and everything above, let's add the skin, and when it's ready before launch, this should be a nice system that I can say, hey, I love doing this, it's amazing, I prefer doing this versus Mapworks. Right now I honestly can't say I prefer doing this versus Mapworks. But as a skeleton of a system it is great. as an idea of how to keep just pushing and progressing
Your pet has arrived.
until level 251. It just needs a lot of rebalancing. Right now the biggest problem is rebalancing this thing. I agree that the monsters need to have modifiers, and they used to have more modifiers back in the day. Back in the day, we used to have some modifiers on the monsters. Uh, I'm not sure why they don't just make the elites. I think elites, uniques, and legendary enemies need to have more modifiers instead of the whole map having modifiers. Because right now, what happens is, for example. Let's take an easier map. I'm not gonna do it just to show you. So you take this map, and then you get nimble. So every monster in the map would have movement speed and attack speed increased. Then you take this one. This gives the enemies monster damage. But if you don't want to do this monster damage, then you can take this one with your cooldown quadrupled. So that's modifiers for the whole map. So this modifier gets added to this modifier and to this modifier. So this is a positive, this is a negative. So this is kind of a balance, but they need ideas for map modifiers. Right now they really need a lot of ideas, so if anyone has ideas for map modifiers, both negative and positive, just send them to the developers on Note, or email them to feedback@extra.net. So that's just one idea, one thing that you can see. See another thing, see this one, now you have berserking, and then the enemies, all of the enemies in the map would have berserking, but then they give you choices. Although that's not much of a choice. Plague bearer, plague bearer, plague bearer. But yeah, you're kind of building your dungeon. I love that whole idea. But again, balancing this thing would require a lot of work. So now we are at the stage with double health. Yeah, okay, double health, that's fine. Little boring, but okay, not that terrible. Then you move on to the blazing stage, which is completely overpowered, where every single monster has 40% chance to be blazing. A bit overpowered with the way this mod is right now and how much damage it does. And yeah, you can select again certain things as you move on. Plague Bearer seems fine. It doesn't do as much damage as the Plague Bearer on champions does. So this Plague Bearer seems a little bit weaker than the regular one. And then after that you move on to Stormbringer, which is again super bad and overpowered. And then eventually you reach Netherwell. Netherwell, it's okay, it's not that bad, not that annoying. You can again combine it with other things. And then you get disconnected. But it needs a lot of rebalancing. That's the most important thing for this. It's super badly balanced in regards to map modifiers. In regards to how quickly the difficulty starts jumping, monster HP, monster damage, and all of that. And most of all, it needs to be rewarding. You need more motivation. You need something that would keep you playing this opposed to Mapworks. And it's missing. It's entirely gone there. Other than satisfying one's own ego, wanting to go further, or one's own curiosity, wanting to see what goes in the higher levels. Like we were at Netherwell, and then after Netherwell comes Gauntlet. Monster respawns and no wood in dungeon, but 100% bonus gearwork from mini boss. Kind of underwhelming, but okay, it's not that bad of a modifier. If you combine Gauntlet with Mega Packs, you can have yourself a nice challenge. And then after that I've reached this, oops, all traps. I don't know what goes on the next stages, but I'm not expecting something that different. Sockets for items in these challenges. But that's power creep. That's power creep. I'm not a big fan of power creep unless it has a limit. But yeah, it could be okay. But I'm not a big fan of Path of Exile's system. Honestly, there's a lot of things that Path of Exile did very well. There's a lot of things it didn't do well. So yeah, it's okay to give the monsters more modifiers rather than giving them more HP, and that's something I always liked. More monster modifiers, more monster mechanics. I'm gonna catch up with chat a bit. Grumpy Pen says, do you think the devs are competent enough to turn the game around? I honestly am doubtful. I think they're very competent because so far they have listened to a lot of the feedback, and looking at the game 1 year ago and comparing this to the game right now, there's been so many good improvements. The game is just improving with rapid paces. What else do people say? Every 10 enemies they get 1 extra modifier. This could be fine, but that's gonna cap out pretty quickly. If every 10 levels they get 1 extra modifier, it's gonna cap out quickly. But yeah, the idea that Dionysic Son said about sockets, I'm not a big fan of sockets as an extra system because we already have sockets. We have sockets for enchanting items. Like this one. There's a socket, I've put gearwork inside it. This is an item with a socket. We already have a system like that. We need something else. We need something else. But again, this is power creep, so I'm not sure how people would like it. It would feel like they're getting forced to do this endgame content if that's the only place where you can get this. So I'm not a big fan of tying a system that makes you powerful as you progress into this end game. The only way I could see it is a system that makes you powerful only for this end game, the same way it makes the monsters powerful. So if the monsters become powerful as I go higher and higher, I should also get some boons from the jinn. So let's say I clear a boss challenge, the jinn gives me a buff that lasts for the levels higher than that. So let's say, for example, I clear challenge number 11. I get a boon that was for challenge 11 and higher. Then let's say I clear challenge number 15. Then I get a buff to my for myself that was for challenge 16 and higher. Then I clear, for example, challenge number 27, then I get a buff that was for 28 and higher. So you kind of build up different buffs. This could work because you're getting the content become stronger. Why not become stronger yourself as you're clearing? And that would be very much in line with how they're doing this negative positive. So right now they're stacking a lot of negatives but not enough positives when you're going harder and into harder and harder content. I also like how Grimdown is doing their own systems. In the Grimdown's rifting system, you also keep getting stronger modifiers for yourself as well. So that's also kind of nice. But again, I think there's a lot of thought to be put into making this better. With enough thinking and brainstorming and throwing ideas at the developers, eventually something good would come out. Let me try and do this one now. Actually, I'm gonna switch to a different hero. I don't want to do these hard levels. I'm gonna go to the easier levels on a different hero. Yeah, the Wifebound changes were one of my biggest disappointments with this game so far. They just felt like giving up on the system. It felt like giving up on the system and making it something that's That's just easy. Maniac is here, so I'm actually... Is that the same Maniac? Yeah, I'm actually in the same server others are. So the private test server is actually the public test server now. I was just using a different code to access it. It could be anything. I mean, it could be gems, it could be buffs, something like a boon. Boon would be pretty nice. A boon, or maybe an inventory. You can probably have an inventory, and once you clear different bosses, you get different items. It could be jewelry or whatever. So as you keep clearing, the jinn rewards you different accessories, rings, amulets, whatever you want to call it, some sort of accessories. Then you have an inventory with a limit of extra slots. So as you keep progressing, you unlock slots and you unlock different jewelry. But you have a limit, so it's not like when you reach the max level, you would be using every single jewelry you've got. You would have to make choices which types of jewelry you want to equip. So of course, the higher you go, the better the jewelry. So eventually you would be replacing some of the low level jewelry with high level jewelry. So every boss challenge or every second boss challenge should reward you some type of a jewel. It could not be jewel, it could be just some sort of an item. So let's say you clear this one, you get one slot unlocked for your inventory. Let's say the next slot unlocks when you clear something like level 23. So at level 23, let's say you unlock a second slot. And by that time you would have gotten a lot of jewelries and you would have to make choices which ones you might want to use. And this is a simple yet super powerful system of how you can become stronger yourself. And this is me just making this on the fly right now, and just throwing some bouncing off of the ideas that my chat threw at me. I kind of quickly came up with this one. So that's just some idea of how you can handle this. So yeah, clearing a certain boss rewards you a certain item, and every 30 or every 25 or whatever levels you unlock a new slot. So let's say at level 250 you unlock 10 slots. Every 25 levels you unlock another slot. So you would have 10 slots at level 250, and you would have plenty more items to select from what you want to equip into those slots. This is just a quick idea that we came up with. Thank you for throwing ideas at me. So yeah, I like brainstorming. Brainstorming leads to good things. When there's ideas thrown from every direction, and then people just bounce off of each other's ideas and come up with some good stuff. And I would really be happy to see such an idea, and it's definitely different from what we've seen in other games. It definitely fits the Fazeer, getting rewarded some sort of items, because you know all that extra wood. And this would be an inventory only for the end game. This is what I was talking about. It's not gear that you equip and use outside of the Fazeer. It's just some sort of inventory that is only for the Fazeer. And those things, those jewels, accessories that you decide to wear or put in those slots, should be only for the Fazeer. That's also a good system, and it's better than the buff system. It's definitely better than the stacking buff system. And you can add so many different items. You can add items that give you relic skill damage. You can add items that give you extra regular skill damage like Realm Master skill damage or Mage skill damage or whatever. Quas skill damage. Let's call it Quas skill damage or Relic skill damage. So you can pick which one to go for. Or you can get things that give you damage reduction permanent, like 5% extra permanent damage reduction. Or maybe some things that are procs, that on hit you have a chance to gain shield. Or maybe other things. I mean, there's so many things that they can come up with. They can go wild and crazy with a system like this. And tied to the Fazeer. And then having 251 levels would feel fun. People would wanna see what type of crazy jewels they can unlock. I'm actually gonna write this up as an idea and send it on notes or on the feedback email. I'm gonna write this up as a proper good idea with all the details and in regards to what could be where, without examples for what each jewel could be, but yeah, without exact examples, just some general ideas thrown there. Because I really want this game to be better. I really want this game to be better, to be successful. I actually do care about this game, so I don't want this game to do badly when it launches. Because it is so far, it's a game with so much potential, and I really love it. And I want people to enjoy playing this game and to have a big community and to have so many different things we can do, not just Fazeer's dungeon. I would like to see eventually, once the game launches, for them to start working on new endgame types that are completely different than this one, that can keep us busy and give us another source of farming our gear. But yeah, there's so many things that they can do with this system. As I said, it's a great system as a base to be improved upon. A great system as a base to be improved upon. So you can call those items Fazeer's gifts. Those things that we were just talking about. You can call it Fazeer's gifts, and just to have a gift inventory where you have all the gifts that you've unlocked, but you only have a certain amount of slots that you can equip those gifts into. So he can reward you all sorts of things like amulets, rings, earrings, crowns, maybe scepters, other artifacts. Let's call the gifts artifacts as well. Maybe everything could be some sort of an old artifact that gives you a certain extra effect that you can use to your advantage and further lean into your build, maybe for something. Oh shit, wrong button. Oh, okay. Let's send the pet to the town. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna write this up as a suggestion properly and send it, because I think it seems like a fun idea. Come on, train. Why did the train stop? Is it stuck? Never mind, it's not stuck. What have we here? Let's go this way. Oh, disconnected. Of course I'm gonna get disconnected. See, those disconnects, I just can't handle those disconnects. I keep losing progress because of those disconnects. The player avatar, a sign of progress. Right now, what you do have is next to the name of a certain player, you do see the badge. And this badge would be showing you, once you reach the end game and start doing the end game, it will show you the highest stage and the lowest difficulty. So you can see this player's lowest difficulty is ridiculous. So this guy, Maniac, has never played lower than ridiculous, and currently you see the level. But I think this changes, so eventually instead of the level, you start seeing maybe the highest stage in the end game they have reached. I'm not sure how that works. Haven't seen many people on that server yet. We gotta kind of check how it is. Yeah, ARPGs are about loot indeed. I really don't care about this shit. I don't care about vanity. I know some people care about vanity. They want, oh, look at my shiny fancy stuff. Just the same way people buy microtransaction effects in Path of Exile, just because they wanna show off. And the same is with this badge. So yeah, right now it's all about the wood. You want to be rewarded with more and better wood. You want to have more sources of wood and so on. So as I suggested to the developers, just rewarding us gear back. Gear backs, gear bundles, legendary and blue gear bundles every few stages would be a good enough thing that they can add easily without that much coding, I think. For the first time you reach a certain boss and kill it and unlock a new stage, you get a blue back, then the next one is yellow, then another blue, then another yellow. That's gonna keep players killing stuff, because you're gonna know that one legendary is coming soon. Also the system where you can easily farm certain items. I mean, just read this. If you want, I'm gonna give you some time to read what I wrote earlier. Just a second. Let's enable Notepad. Let's do this file open. So this is what I wrote today. I'm showing it for the third time. I'm not gonna show it anymore. Let's go to the rewards and motivation. So that's it, and let's say so this is my idea from like a month and a half ago. So this is one way that I've been talking about this for a while as a good system to kind of motivate people into wanting to reach a certain level. Then the other thing is this one. Another suggestion will be to also try adding a legendary gear bundle after finishing every boss stage for the first time. If this seems to OP, maybe every second boss stage. And this is what I was talking about earlier. So yeah. That's things that that I think could be considered very fun.
I mean, what could go wrong? Wouldn't have been.
Keep in mind, this is the very first version of the game. This endgame was not ready to play 2 weeks ago. So again, it's up to us to give them feedback, to tell them what we want, so they can make the game we want to play. I'm telling you, those developers are one of the best developers when it comes to listening to player feedback. Apart from those guys and gals and the people who work on Grim Dawn and the people who work from Vast Epoch, I don't think there's other teams that listen to their community this much. So Grim Dawn, Vast Epoch and Echtra are my ARPG companies that are at the top when it comes to listening to your community. They want to make a game that we enjoy playing, and as long as we give them feedback, they can make it. I mean, if we just say, okay, this is bad, and we don't give them feedback on why it's bad and what we want it to be, it's not gonna happen. I mean, they might not make the game we want unless we tell them what we want. I know they're also trying to make the game they want themselves as well, so there's a fine balance there of making a game that you like and that your player base likes as well. But yeah, I mean, don't be afraid to give them feedback. Even if it's harsh criticism, sometimes it needs to be heard. In fact, most times it's actually better to hear the harsh criticism and improve, rather than being quiet. And then, if you're quiet and you don't give your feedback, I don't think you would have the right to say the game is bad if you were part of the early access player base and you never told them what you don't like. It's like like voting in elections and stuff. People, it's always people who never vote that end up saying, okay, this one sucks, they're all crooks and whatever. Well, yeah, they're all crooks, and we normally don't have choices when it comes to elections. It's more normally selecting the lesser evil rather than between the good one and the bad one. But people who have not voted, for example, don't have what was it called, the right to be whining. That's for example the same thing. If you don't give feedback and if you don't say I don't like this because of this and other reasons, you really won't have the right to be whining if you were part of the early access player base but you never gave your feedback. Because believe me, they've changed so much. So much has changed. The skill system got reworked multiple times and so did the relic system. The classes got rebalanced a few times on a skill by skill basis mostly, I guess. But yeah, the game has a lot of potential, like most other games I've played recently. I just hope that they don't rush the launching like WoW and just keep listening to feedback and launch it when it's ready, not when they think they should. Early access has definitely provided them with funds to keep developing the game before moving on to a launch phase. And that's good. I think that's pretty good for everyone that wants this game to succeed. That the early access phase exists. It's a double-edged blade when it comes to early access, but overall it could be really good for the development of a game, because it gives the game a broader audience to showcase what you've done so far with the game and to get feedback from those people. And the more people give feedback, the better the game could be, because what one person doesn't like, maybe another person likes, or what one person likes, another person dislikes, and that's interesting feedback. For example, to see completely polar opposite kind of feedback for the exact same thing. So how do you handle a middle situation, like a middle ground, to make sure that that both people enjoy, and that kind of thing, for example. How do you, as a developer, how would you handle, for example, if someone tells you I hate this and then the next person says I love this? How do you make it so that you get like a middle ground to please both parties? I guess you can't. You kind of have to sacrifice certain things. Alright, just a moment, it's so buggy right now. But the endgame is definitely fun until a certain point. For me, it has been fun until a certain point. If I don't think about the disconnects, the rubber banding, and the bugs, just as a system, as an endgame mode, it is fun. But once I reach that stage where it was just taking too long to kill enemies, it becomes a little bit boring. And Finfix says hello on start. I want to say thanks. I finally got green key for up. Wait, oh yeah, you finally gotten the tokens in Chaos Bane for upgraded relic hunts. And he's saying thanks for the tips. I have another question. I use Vol and Holy Justice build, finish the story, and I have a problem. So Finn's problem is he has low survivability. He can't have full HP. His HP drops quick. Any tips? Yes, use that amulet from my build. The amulet from my build and the God skill that heals you. So first you want the amulet that using a God skill heals you for 20% HP. This amulet means every time you use your Holy Beam, the pew 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 skill, you know, Sigmar's Bastion I think it was called. Whenever you use Sigmar's Bastion, the one that does pew 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 every time you keep pressing the button after activating it, this is 20% HP. This one, combined with some life drain on your items, should keep you alive. If you have even more problems with survivability, use things like padded armor, and then use things like, what's its name? Oh yeah, the banner, the damage reduction banner. So if you combine the damage reduction banner together with some damage reduction from your legend ranks, together with the damage reduction from the Blade of Vengeance, together with some padded armor maybe, the passive skill, and you have the constant healing from the pew 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 of Sigmar's Bastion, and if you're using the heals when using a God skill, you shouldn't have a problem. So make sure you've got every single item from my build, otherwise just not using this amulet is more than enough reason for you to die like crazy. It's that much of an important item for the build. I mean, you can do it without the item, but it's gonna be a little more difficult to survive. You're gonna have to rely on a lot of other things to heal you, like Wife Drain, and just not gonna work that great if you rely on Wife Drain and Legendary Healing, for example. So make sure you're watching the Holy Justice 3.0, not the 2.0 or the regular Holy Justice build, but the last Holy Justice build. I've been using Finn, and you should be fine if you take the right items and the right skills. So hopefully that was helpful if you managed to catch my answer. Yeah, you don't need this amulet. Even if you get a red amulet of this type, use it. Even if you get a red one, it's gonna be better than using any other green amulet. So get the red version of it, use it, and eventually upgrade it to a green version. And Grumpy Pen says, I like how, but like how can they not figure that basics of, okay, yeah, I've already commented on this. So the game they want should never see the light of day based on what I've seen. Well, that's a little bit too harsh, because the game they want is overall they want a game that their fan base would like. So we gotta help them make that game. We gotta help them make that game. Because I remember the first days of Path of Exile, I remember the first months of Path of Exile in the close beta, when Piety was the final boss, I think, back then. I remember how bad even Path of Exile used to feel. So, if it weren't for player feedback, I don't think Path of Exile would have been what it is right now. They also were people who, at the very start, used to listen to player feedback a lot. When it came to grinding gear games back in like 2013-14. So again, for a small development team, it's crucial to listen to your player base. Once a game becomes as big as Path of Exile and has so many people playing it just because it's that game, then they can probably afford to stop listening to the player base that much and maybe try and experiment a little bit. Like, you know how in Path of Exile sometimes there's leaks that people never ask for, but end up being okay, I guess. I guess that's what they want to make. Like right now we've got the Harvest gear. Believe me, I'm sure that probably almost no one wanted a leak like this. But I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people who are enjoying it, who didn't know they would enjoy a leak like this. For example, when Synthesis came in Path of Exile, the majority of people didn't like it. I really liked it. I really liked the Synthesis leak. It seemed like something fun to me. But probably 90% of the player base didn't like it. So there's gonna be those experiments, I guess, that a company like Grinding Gear Games can now afford to do, now that they've got such a big player base, and they're just people play Path of Exile just because it is Path of Exile nowadays. And Vesku, to who are you going to send your feedback? I sent my feedback to feedback@extra.net. If it's that type of feedback that's not specific, where I'm covering multiple things in one go. Otherwise I send it on Note. Note is here. This is the link. This is where you send feedback. If it's like a bug report, if it's like feedback for one thing only, you can select the right category and put it into the right type of ticket. So I could probably send this this feedback on Note, although there's a big chance of something like this getting buried by downvotes. But it also could let them see how many people want that type of a system, so I can probably put it in Note. The feedback about my suggestions for this system, for how to make the end game have those kind of artifacts, the Fazeer's gifts, and how you can become stronger by equipping those gifts in the gift slots, or whatever you want to call those slots that unlock gradually as you keep fighting. And again, I'm so happy to have a community that that watches my stream, that keeps throwing those crazy ideas at me every now and then when I'm thinking about how to make this better and how to make that thing better. I really love when we get a nice discussion that results into me getting a nice idea. At least for me, this idea is nice. Maybe there's someone out there watching and he's like, that's a bullshit idea. What the fuck is this guy thinking? And that's fine. I mean, again, different people have different choices, different preferences, I guess. But I think this would really click well together. Like it would fit perfectly nice into the current endgame and the way it is. And into the war. You know, the Fazeer has been traveling the world for the past century, so he must have accumulated a nice amount of wealth, a nice amount of artifacts throughout his travels. So It would be nice for him to reward us with those artifacts to use while exploring his dungeon. While we reach certain milestones. It totally makes sense, honestly. I think it totally makes sense. Because we know he has been traveling after Torchlight 2 for the last century until the events of here. The war says that he has been traveling the world after we freed him in Torchlight 2. So it can really tie well together with the war. Okay. Look at how many elites, wow, so many. So many enemies. The other champions in this map. I mean, I haven't even taken the first turn of the map, and I've already killed like six champions, which is nice. That's a lot of fame. That's a lot of rewards. Why am I collecting quest items when I'm done with it? So if anyone is on the public server, I think we're on the same server. And if anyone wants to play together, if anyone wants to do my endgame with me, let me know. I can add you, we can try some multiplayer. Hopefully we don't break the server. But it's gonna be difficult because if you die and I don't res you, it's over for you. So if someone dies and I can't go next to them to res them on time and the timer runs out, it's over for them until I maybe teleport to the next map. I don't know, I've never tried much, so I'm open to grouping up now with anyone who's on the test server from the US and wants to just play together, to just do some testing. We don't have to do the hardest content, we can do something like level 20 or level 15 or whatever. We don't have to do the one I'm doing right now. Right, let's go for the boss fight now. My relic is ready. My body and my relic are ready. So let's go. This way. All right.
You can't carry anymore.
Come on. So sell, oops, sell, and break it down.
pet is back.
And break it down, and break it down. So much stuff to break down. Okay, anything I can enchant on this guy that has a bad enchantment? My shoulders, for example. I'm not sure what I want really for this. I don't think I want crit chance stuff. I wouldn't mind extra gear work though. Alright, electric defense. We can live with that. Oh, and I had this ice damage stuff. I think I gave it to my other hero though. Yeah, my other hero took the ice damage stuff. I did have this very strong one-handed weapon here. 6347 one-handed weapon. See, if only I could add sockets. If only I could add 2 sockets to this item. This item with 2 sockets would have been stronger than a damn than a damn two-hander. Cause I could make it like 8100 damage with 2 sockets with good rolls, or 8000 damage at least. Let's enchant this though. Come on. I'm gonna waste 14k just trying to get something that's decent. Am I gonna run out of money or out of materials first? I think it's gonna be in the money. Really want the pistol for a pew 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 build. Basic attack pew 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 build. There we go. Attack speed for basic attacks. Yeah, I'm losing a lot of attack speed when I lose this. But I can add more damage. And crit chance. And I've got more. I've got more. This is endurance. I should have some more endurance stuff. Maybe not. But that's a good one by itself. Because that's damage, crit chance, and endurance. The crit chance not bad. It's okay. It's not perfect, but it's fine. And now I need ice damage armor, and I gave my ice damage armor to my sharpshooter, didn't I? Yeah. What about ice damage legs? Ice damage or flat damage legs? S Spindy, Spindy, welcome to my channel, to my Twitch, to the Struck Club. Thank you very much for the follow, and I hope you enjoy your stay here. Oh, ice damage, there we go. Ice damage, but probably the crit damage would be better than the ice damage, but let's test it. So let's see now. Which one would give me more DPS? Definitely not this one. So my evasion is 24. With this one it's 32. And the damage barely changes, so let's keep the evasion higher, I guess. Alright, let's return those to the storage. And my leg armor, unfortunately, is not that great. At least I can enchant it if I use this one. HP. So if I want to lose 7 evasion, I'm gonna hope and get some better leg. But anyways, anything's getting wiped soon. When they do the relic update, I'm assuming this server is also getting wiped. So I shouldn't try too hard to squeeze more damage and stuff out of my items. Thankfully, the wipes are kind of negated in a way by being able to start over and quickly reach level 44 on those servers. Okay, if anyone is on the public test server, if you're from the US and you can access that server, let me know. We can group up and we can test some stuff. I can help you with some leveling and take you to some I'm doing the pew 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 setup. Pew pew pew. What a pew pew pew. But the pew 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 doesn't work that great because this build is supposed to be played with the melee weapon. Because with the melee weapon you can hit them with the shockwaves that proc the seismic shockwaves. Do I even build the shockwaves if I'm not using a melee basic attack? I don't think I even built them. Let me check. I should build them. I was testing them with a rifle the other day and it did work. It did build those shockwaves. Seismic charges. Okay, they're building up. Let's pay attention. 9. I wanna find an enemy and do that seismic charge on it. Cause I'm at 10 charges now. I didn't see the wave. Did the shockwave got removed from the... or is it wagging or something? I'm not seeing the shockwave proccing. It should be like a spike drive shockwave, like exactly like the spike drive, but a single one, just a single spike. At least that's what it used to be before. 7, 8, 9. Wait. It happened before I reached 10 this time. I guess with the desyncing and wagging of the server I can't really test this properly now. And I'm pretty sure it's close slash mid-range projectile like spike drive. Seven, 8, 9. And now it procced it. And now it's 10. Wait, am I getting double the charges without having a third piece of the cosmic set? That's weird. That's unexpected, but okay. Oh, I see what's happening. It's shooting twice per click sometimes. So before I release my button, he's already shot two shots. Like, see, now it did 2 shots.
Your pack is full.
See, now it did 2 shots. So I'm releasing, because I'm holding shift and clicking, and sometimes by the time I release my button, he has done 2 shots. That messes with my stacks. 9, 10, okay. I'm gonna remove my train, put it here, and I'm gonna... See, that was the spike drive thingy. Okay, so it's working. For a second I couldn't see them, I was wondering if they're broken, because I saw it now. Right, let's kill stuff now. Now I get disconnected, of course. I'm putting too much stress on the servers when I use Electrode on the builds I'm using. Too many hits and procs and calculations per second. Breaking the server. And that's not even using an Electrode summoner build with shitloads of summons, which should make it even harder for the server to survive. Before it disconnects me. Now we're back to this level. Alright, let's switch heroes. Let's go to the Forged. 1 last map on the Forged, or 2 last maps, because it's 21 past midnight, so around the time I stop streaming. I didn't play as much on the Forged because it disconnected me. Or did it? Actually, I think it didn't disconnect me. I just didn't have a boss spawn. Yeah, I went to the Act 3 map, and then as soon as I entered the boss arena, the boss despawned and didn't respawn. And it pissed me off and I switched to a different hero. So yeah, let's do at least 1 or 2 maps with the Forged before stopping. We are. Any items? Not many.
Welcome back, contender.
This one didn't go that far. Is it at the Plague Bearer stage? Okay. Oh wait, I didn't lose my progress? That's strange. I'm pretty sure I... Maybe I'm mistaking this, but anyways, let's just do something. Let's do Mega Packs. Mega Packs with the spin to win would be fun. Let's break the server with the spin to win Electrode. Really need more cooldown for Vortex Bomb. Even 1 item with cooldown for Vortex Bomb would be fine. Oh shit. Was I staying in a burning field, like a blazing map mod? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's blazing. I mean, if I'm dying, there's gotta be blazing. There's nothing else that does that much damage to me in this game than the blazing map mod on my melee builds. Well, now I need potions. This was supposed to heal me. Alright, it healed me eventually. Or maybe that was my pet.
You feel better. Can't do that here.
The damage numbers are bugging. Wagging damage numbers, pretty fun. I guess there's just so many of them on the queue. Was there blazing or something? Oh, there's a pulling enemy. And yeah, there is a blazing as I suspected. I mean, if my HP goes down quickly, it's gotta be blazing.
You are gravely wounded.
Give me potions, come on. I need potions. Blazing, fuck. Why? Why so much blazing? Just overpowered.
You're dying. Your health is low.
By the time I even see the blazing on my map, in my feet, I'm already dead. I mean, not on my map, but on my screen. By the time I see it on my screen, that it's next to my hero, I've already taken so much damage. Give me a potion, come on, I know you wanna give me a potion. They don't wanna give me a potion. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, that's more blazing. How many more are left? 2. Zero potions. Oh, that's not 2. That's more. More than 2. Come on, come on. Oh wow, my cat just sneezed. My cat just sneezed. The cutest sneeze ever. You probably didn't hear it, but yeah, this map is taking forever, so I'm just gonna go for the boss with 0 potions. Bountiful chest? Yes, potion. Alright, 1 potion so I need for the boss fight. It should do the trick. Let's keep going. Alright, not bad. Let's see if anything fun dropped. Alright, that's good. Chance to shock. Although I want chance to burn, but okay. I'm wondering if I can proc the chance to burn and shock with the stun of Sonic Pulse, because it's a hit. It's not doing damage, but it's a hit, so can it proc? I need to do a lot of testing for those things someday. Maybe tomorrow, maybe not. But yeah, I think that's gonna be it from me for now. Thanks everyone yet again today for watching this. Since I couldn't do it tomorrow due to internet problems, I will be uploading. I couldn't do it today due to internet problems. I will be uploading tomorrow my intro to Endgame for this for Torchlight 3 for the Fazeer's dungeon. So tomorrow I will be starting my stream as soon as I'm ready with that video and as soon as it's uploaded. So I haven't forgotten what I promised yesterday after my stream. So yeah, tomorrow intro to Endgame in Torchlight 3 video. Thank you again for watching. Until next time, and keep it cool. Goodbye.